Hello, embodied wisdom seekers. This is the all 12 signs video series for Jupiter in Taurus in its direct motion. It will be going retrograde on the 12th of September. So these readings for each of the signs will be covering the kind of energy that's around what we're going to be working through, what's going to crop up between now and the 12th of September. My name's Chloe and I work with card divination, astrology, and I channel energies through my body. As you can see, my hands are moving around right now. This is independent of my conscious thought. This is just one of the ways that I channel. So this is an all 12 signs video series. This is part 1. I will be reading for Taurus, Aries, Pisces and Aquarius. I really recommend checking out the collective reading that I've done for Taurus, for Jupiter and Taurus, as well as all the introductions to all of this series, because I try and bring in different things and just different ways of looking at things. Sometimes I bring in examples of people, and yeah, just recommend, or I always try with all my introductions to just bring another layer and another nuance to what's going on in the sky. So as I said, I work with card divination, astrology, and I channel. I like to do this so we can bring as much information to us as possible that's going on in the cosmic weather in order to make informed decisions. So we're aware of the energy, we're getting the astrology of it, we're getting some messages from the divine, looking at visual energy so you can tap into your own intuition, as well as the channeling. This is usually helping us clear out stuck energy, helping us heal, and integrating the messages and bringing them forward on the subtle body level from different dimensions. I work with the tropical zodiac. This is based off of the solstices and equinoxes, and so we're connecting to the earth when we're engaging with this type of astrology, and the cycles of time. For us all, the more that we work with nature and the cycles, the more that we're getting into our own innate rhythm, and Jupiter in Taurus is very much linked into that. I work with Hellenistic principles. This is based off the Greco-Roman period of over 2,000 years ago. And what does that mean for you? That means that I work with the whole house system. So when you're looking to your chart, each sign will be held by the whole of a house. So when working with the rising signs, you go from the first house and that will be the whole of a sign. I recommend with these videos to check out your rising sign first. This is where your ascendant falls in the first house, if you know your time of birth. And the astrology will link into those of you who have it as a rising sign. However, we have all the signs in our chart, so whether that's sun, moon, Venus, whatever you want to look into, even if you've got nothing in that sign, look to where that sign falls in your natal chart, the themes of the house that it's in, and just apply those themes to the messages that come through. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. You get a more full-rounded, holistic understanding of how this energy is applying into every area of your life, because this is a big transit for us all. This happens every 12 years due to starting a new cycle in Taurus. I also don't apply the modern rulership of Pluto to Scorpio, Uranus to Aquarius, and Neptune to Pisces. I think that's about it really. Oh, that's also when it comes to, say, in modern astrology, some astrologers apply Aries themes to every single first house, regardless of the rising sign. I just don't, it doesn't resonate with me. I find it a bit limiting. I just wanted to let you know that those are the sort of the key things that are part of the Hellenistic practice that I bring into these collective readings. Speaking of collective readings, so with the tarot and the astrology, I will be focusing mostly on the inner work. So that's very personal to you. If you wanted a personal reading and had particular questions about an area of your life, that's when the interpretation might be a bit different. However, with this is a collective reading. You can have you'll have so many nuances in your own personal experience about all of the transits based on your natal chart. So I focus on the inner work, the what. Why do I do that? Because the more that we look inward, the more that we not only question the world around us, question me, please guys, please do, but questioning yourself, the more that you go inward, have a mindful practice about your emotions, your thoughts, your physical sensations, all of these things, the more that we then peel back the onion layers and get to the core of who we are, and then we co-create and we change that frequency within us. We get back to our more authentic self, and then with that frequency change, with that vibrational change, we're rippling out into the collective consciousness. We're changing our environment, we're changing our relationship dynamics, we're changing what we're bringing towards us and what we're seeking, and so particular examples of relationship or work will shift and change the more that you work on yourself. In my personal opinion, others may have different ideas, but that's certainly how I've seen it show up in my life and how I've seen it show up in many other people's lives. So I focus on the inner work. It's not selfish to focus on yourself, because the more that we integrate and not shame and repress the shadow, the ego, all of those things, they're here. They're trying to keep us safe and keep us in a small box. And we're here to show that we are expanded, we are limitless, we are boundaryless. We have all the possibilities of the universe within us. And we are here on this plane in our individual forms. We are the universe. Right? So we're here to experience it from a very personal space. And the more that we do that, and as I said, integrate, putting that integration energy, that sense of compassion and love for yourself, that sense of abundance, that openness, the more that energy ripples out into the collective energy. And we can see right now in the world that it's chaos, right? So all our collective trauma is very, very loud and proud at the moment. And so my personal opinion and desire is that the more that we go inward and explore ourselves, the more we don't repress or shame anything that we've gone through, understand our trauma responses, understanding our limiting beliefs, understand how we react to things that we may not feel comfortable with, and just let that move through us. And it's particularly because the astrology can really just hit you around the head, and it can come at you from all different frequencies and different vibrations. When we're aware of what's going on, we can be like, take a step back and breathe, get a bit more perspective. And that energy, the more that we do it, the more it's available to the collective consciousness. The healing that we do on ourselves, we're healing not only our parents, our lineage, our ancestors, our past life journeys, but we are also healing the collective, right? So this is why I do this channel. I like to pay it forward. I have learned so much with all of these mediums, and I want to provide as much as I can from my own space out into the world to help provide any kind of help and understanding about what's going on, and provide as much sort of understanding of it and clarity of it, so you can then use that in your own practice and you can be in observation of what's going on. Sometimes there are very difficult things that come up. This past weekend, so what's the date today? Oh goodness me, my mind's gone blank. It's the 24th. So this past weekend we had a T-square between Mars, Pluto and Jupiter, and that was really intense for a lot of people. And it was certainly very intense for me, but knowing that was happening, being aware of it, allowing that to move through me, I was then able to find the wisdom in what was going on. So I'll bring up things that may be difficult in order for you to know this may show up. It's not personal, it's just what's going on in the stars. And then you can then work with that energy and then start to co-create. That's why I love doing this video. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here, new and returning viewers alike. It means a great deal to me. And I feel, just feel a huge amount of gratitude for the existence of the universe in general. And so despite the craziness, I have an Instagram account, so do check that out if you're interested. I usually sum up transits in posts, and with the lunations I'll put charts up so you can have a look. Really the aim of the game with this channel is to get you to be able to work with it yourself on an individual space, and have just a bit more peace in your life regardless of what's going on. Right, yeah, so when I'm doing these readings, the energies sometimes won't let cards come out of the deck because they want to do some energetic work, and also they'll be moving the cards around, they'll be doing things, and yeah, just bear with me when I'm quiet. This is a moment of introspection and calm, and it's very important to have that as well as the go. Right, so I think that's all the blurb that I wanted to do. Oh, my name's Chloe, and welcome to all the cards on the table. Always forget to do that. And now I'm just going to talk a little bit about this Jupiter in Taurus, what the astrology is from now until the 12th of September. I've got 3 cards here that came from the collective reading. We've got the Knight of Pentacles, Temperance, and the Nine of Cups. Got loads of other cards as well. As I said, I really recommend checking it out. But so right now we're dealing with this period of Jupiter just first entering a sign, and it's taking its time. We're adjusting. Jupiter is the future planet. It's the great expansive planet. I talk about this, not only the energetic resonance of Jupiter, but also the physicality of the planet itself and how those things interlink, which I just absolutely love. And we're dealing with Taurus here, which is a fixed earth sign. It's the first earth sign. It's your personal relationship with earth, with nature, with the physicality. It's also ruled by Venus. So this is linked into the pleasure principle, a sense of harmony, a sense of value, appreciation, and also the arts. And that can come in any way. It's just the things that you like, the things that you enjoy that give you a sensation of feeling good in this 3D realm. And the main message that came through with the collective reading is slow and steady wins the race. The Knight of Pentacles, Jupiter is helping bringing wisdom, and helping us. It may bring up crises of faith during the beginning period of this. And this is in order for you to get to the root of who you are and what it is that you truly want. And are you going to get swayed by things? Are you going to get knocked off? Jupiter, very, very positive planet, but it is linked into wisdom. And sometimes through wisdom, we need to have a little bit of I need to question that. I need to observe that. And so this Taurus energy, this yin night energy, is this sense of being in observation, letting things digest, letting things cultivate before, rather than taking immediate direct action, which is more fire and air elements. And so Jupiter here is slowly expanding. It's this very physical, your 3D senses, your physical body. Your body is a temple. How you interact with nature, whether that's just looking at a flower and just going that, and being very in the moment of the beauty and wonder of it. We're dealing with Venus here, which is very much about beauty, and however that it forms for you. I personally really love it in winter when the trees don't have any leaves, because I just find that completely beautiful. Like, that's a personal preference of me. Like, it's all very subjective here, because we're dealing with the individual sign of Taurus in Earth. But it's fixed energy. So this is fixed energy continues what the cardinal energy instigated. So we've just had Jupiter in Aries, very passionate, very driven energy, very wanting to embody the I am. And that's kickstarted a lot of, hey, what is actually really important to the spark of who I am, to my personal interaction with spirit? And now how am I embodying that for the long term? This fixed energy in our physical bodies, in our physical senses, and what feels good. So the next card was Temperance that I wanted to lay out here. And Temperance is all about working with all the small things within you, getting all the parts of who you are, purifying, alchemizing it, refining it, taking your time to digest and contemplate and bring all these parts together to the greater whole in order to then create magic, because Temperance is also called alchemy, and alchemy is a form of magic. And it's when it came up, it reminded me of this physical form that we're in is made up of so many different parts. I love how recently the studies in fascia have really become very to the forefront, and this is the layer underneath our skin. It's the web that links our muscles and our skin together, and it's such a beautiful thing to work with. It's a very sort of this subtle energy, but it has such a potent part of how our body is happy in ourselves. This is going to be a time of connecting to your physical senses in your physical body, about the long-term pleasure principle, right? So we're dealing with Venus, and we're also dealing with the moon, because the moon is in exaltation in Taurus. And so this means whenever planets are in that sign, they're being governed by Venus and also impacting by the moon there. So signs, you can imagine them as if they are realms, if they are lands in which we are traversing on an energetic level. And essentially anything that goes into Taurus will encounter this very ginormous temple to the moon. She is raised on high here by Venus, rather than survival instincts. It's how you nourish yourself, how you care for others in more of that ease, that free-flowing Venusian energy. There's a sense of love and, a little bit of decadence coming in when we have this energy. And now this is engaging with Jupiter, which is the guru, the teacher, wisdom. This sense, the reason why Jupiter is linked into luck and opportunities is because the more that we have an innate sense of our own wisdom of who we are, the more that vibration changes, the more that we bring in opportunities that are linked into that frequency. That's when those opportunities come about. This is going to take a year in Taurus, so opportunities that may come up may take a little while to cultivate because we are dealing with fixed earth energy. Or, it all depends on your chart, and lots of nuanced practices when looking at a chart. Some things may show up immediately. It's all going to be very personal to you, but there is this sense of expansion in the Taurian part of our chart, a sense of ease. There's a generosity here. There's a sense of elevation, but wanting to bring all these things together. Certainly noticed after every Jupiter transit through a sign that and through my own practice and through with others in readings of it may take the whole of the transit for you to then feel more in your flow in that area of your chart. And it also, it's a gradual engagement with that energy, but at the end of a transit, you're like, oh, I feel this now. There's an elevation. There's just a little more lightness. There's that buoyancy. Jupiter is a gas giant. It is not weighted down. There is this sense of flow, of just a little more ease, a little more confidence, but not necessarily a puffed up confidence. It's this just, it is, Jupiter is always opposite. The Jupiter signs and the Mercury signs are always opposite each other. Mercury is about the small details of breaking things into parts, collecting information, and Jupiter's the big picture perspective of knowing, this sense of just you couldn't necessarily put your finger on it, but you are aware of that is the vibration that is around you right now. Obviously in each sign I'll talk about the themes of the house that it's in and what sort of expansion and opportunities may come up. So I love that Temperance, both of these cards are very sort of slow cards, and this is dealing with the first half before the retrograde, because then we're going to revisit a lot of the territory Jupiter's gone over. We're going to go really inward, and we're really going to pull this all together before it then goes direct again. So this is a cultivation time. This is a learning time. This is trying to look to the innate wisdom within us and explore it and understand it. So I really loved, we got the Knight of Pentacles and then the Temperance card, because these are about taking your time, and through that the learning process, the growing process, we are able to create magic. And the final, was this the final tarot card that came out? I think it was the Nine of Cups, and this for me is, it is the wish fulfillment card, but more what we need to look at, I feel, to really bring in the idea of the happy Buddha. This was the sort of the main, this really wanted to come out and play on the altar when I was setting up the table for the reading. And the happy Buddha is like anything that comes your way. There's a sense of gratitude. There's a sense of realizing the folly and the insanity of this universe and being at peace with it. And for me, the Nine of Cups is imagining and holding this space of gratitude and abundance for every area of your life, as if every cup is full, regardless of the situation. The more, like, I've been working on for a while now, and it's now really embodied in me that because I used to get anytime I'd knock something over or do something that wasn't perfect, I would feel so much rage towards myself and so much shame that it was just this a physical response mechanism that I've had for a lot of my life. And I decided, no, I'm going to practice laughing every time that happens. And it was difficult to do to start off with, but now it's kind of ingrained that if something goes wrong or if something's not perfect, I just sort of laugh. Or if I lose something, I'm like, oh, it'll turn up, and rather than fixating on the worst case scenario. And I loved how this came up because this is really very Jupiterian energy. There is a sense of expansionness with this figure, but also this contentment and this wisdom of knowing who they are. They're sitting very confidently, and I just really loved how those cards came up. And I just wanted to share it with you for those of you who might not have time to watch the collective reading. Right, so we're dealing between now and the 12th of September because Jupiter is now in Taurus. And at this moment, at the time of recording, all the planets are being governed by the moon and Venus. And actually, the moon is currently trining Neptune in Cancer. Venus is there as well. When I started recording, the Ascendant was in Virgo, so trining the Taurus energy. So at the moment, actually right now for the next hour, every planet is governed by the moon. And we've had a lot of energy that's been either governed by the moon or governed by Taurus, because Jupiter being in Taurus now is governing Saturn in Pisces, because it rules Pisces, and Saturn is governing Aquarius, governing Pluto in Aquarius. And there, so Jupiter's being governed by Venus. Venus is in Cancer, so now the moon is governing all of them. So we're dealing with this very feminine energy with Venus and the moon. The moon, Cancer, is a yin night sign. Taurus is a yin night sign. And this is all about going inward. This is all about, as I said, observation, cultivation. And so Venus is going to be governing Jupiter for the next year. So wherever Venus is going to be having an impact on what's going on with Jupiter. And then that is going to be having an impact on Saturn and Pluto, because even though Pluto is moving back into Capricorn, that's still ruled by Saturn. And Uranus is in Taurus, so that's ruled by Venus, and Neptune's in Pisces, which is ruled by Jupiter. So all of the outer planets are going to be governed by Venus. And wherever Venus is she's going to be governed by another element. But there's a real strong Venusian energy for the next year, which I'm loving for us all. I've certainly noticed that shift of just, even though things are difficult, just being able to flow and move through things with a bit more ease. And right, so for this section till the 12th of September, Venus is currently in Cancer and will be leaving on the 5th of June. I will be putting everything I'm talking about in the description box. I know it's a lot of information, so you can go check that out and maybe write things down in your diary if you feel so inclined. So until now, in the 5th of June, we're dealing with Venus in the moon sign. And so whenever we have planets transiting Cancer, we get a holistic understanding of our chart, because the moon moves very, very quickly. So the moon is going to be moving through, every sign. And this is going to, so you'll see Jupiter turn up in different areas of your life. And I love this at the beginning of the moon, of Jupiter's transit. So we're going to get this full rounded holistic understanding of how Jupiter feels in every chart, every area of our chart, because Venus is in Cancer, ruled by the moon, and the moon moves quickly. Love this at the beginning, full integration, full understanding to help us get clues of how this whole transit's going to be affecting us. So until the 5th of June, Venus is going to be in Cancer. Right. And then she's going to be moving into Leo, and will be in Leo for the whole of up until the 12th of September for the Jupiter part. She'll still be in Leo after that, but essentially we've got the moon ruling Jupiter, and then we've got the sun ruling Jupiter, and there's going to be other dynamics. I'm trying not to make it too complicated, but just to let you know, we're dealing with very personal planets. We're dealing with the moon and the sun and Venus being in those signs. So these areas of your chart are going to be wherever Cancer and Leo falls, and I will talk about it in each of the rising signs, are going to be impacting what's going on with Jupiter. Right, so for the good chunk of the beginning of the transit, we've got a lot of stuff with the nodes in Taurus and Jupiter, and we've also got a sextile with Saturn on the 19th of June, and so we've got the ruler of Saturn sextiling it, sextiles an aspect of Venus, bringing in creativity. So I love this for us, a very supportive energy between Jupiter and Saturn, and they will be sextiling each other by sign for the next year. So that's again, even if it's not exact, sextiles are usually 3 degrees, but by, you know, on a subtle energy, we're going to have this sextile, very, very supportive. And there, I forgot to mention, so a couple of days before that exact sextile with Saturn, Saturn's going to retrograde. So interesting that we're going to have a more inward Saturn with this creative energy feeding in from Jupiter. On the 1st of July, Jupiter's going to sextile the Sun and Mercury cazimi in Cancer. So that's another poignant time. I will be putting a whole list of aspects, because for those of you who are regulars, you know my previous transit videos, I've pulled cards for each major aspect of a transit. I'm not going to be doing that in this video because I'm trying to work out for me personally, I've got a lot on, and finding a healthy work balance, because as much as I love to do it, I was doing about 15 hours of video content, not to mention the prep for each transit. And I don't, at the moment, I'm figuring out a way of bringing in a balance of condensing things, and I still want to give you all the information. So there's part of me that my heart is breaking that I'm not pulling cards for every single transit, but that's just not where we're at right now. So most of this energy until the 11th of July, Jupiter is going to be within 10 degrees of the nodes. The nodes are very powerful energy. They exaggerate energy. So we've got this expansiveness of Jupiter being exaggerated by the North Node, where it will be conjuncting the North Node. This is where we're heading. This is what we're striving for. But it will also be at the same time, as always, in opposition with the South Node of what we're refining and purifying. So we've got a lot of intense energy in this beginning part of the transit. And yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of the big themes of the astrology for Jupiter. We're still in the middle of this T-square between Pluto and Mars, which has been very, very powerful. I talk more about that, what sort of came up for that, and what I've since spoken to a lot of people, and very, very similar energy has been about with that T-square in the collective reading. So do go check that out if you're interested. Interestingly, the retrograde, I'll talk more about this in the retrograde series. The retrograde is going to be from 15 degrees of Taurus to 5 degrees of Taurus. That's exactly the same as the Mercury retrograde. So the themes that were coming up for that Mercury retrograde are going to be revisited and expanded. And so if you're not necessarily seeing the evolution with that Mercury retrograde, I feel like this Jupiter retrograde is really going to hone that in and bring that down. And also Jupiter will be making lovely trines to the Mercury retrograde in Virgo. So lots of links between Mercury and Jupiter. Right. And when Jupiter goes retrograde, all the outer planets will be retrograde. It'll be the final planet. So those are key themes. And now I'm going to start with Taurus. Thank you for being here. Taurus rising. How are you doing, Taurus? For those of you who don't have Taurus rising, look to where Taurus falls in your chart, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that come through. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. But for Taurus rising, you guys are having Jupiter move through your first house. What are they doing? No, they didn't want those two. That was the 3 of Wands and the 5 of Cups. So we'll see if they come out again. I'm just going to be pulling cards while I'm talking, and I'm going to see how the energies want to put these into piles. I'm doing something a little different than I usually do in my transit videos. So we'll see what happens. And yeah, right, Taurus rising. So first house. This is a very important house. Okay, what's going on? I'm just going to pause for a moment and do something with the deck. Sorry, the deck just felt a bit funny. The moon is currently trine Neptune. So we're dealing with some interesting dynamics for this reading. Right, so your first house, very important house. It is your house. It is entirely about you. In both the Hellenistic principles and the Vedic tradition, speaking of Neptune, hello, and the Vedic tradition, this was one of the most important houses. And so this is how you embody your sun or your moon in your actions and your deeds. This is the sort of the flavor and lens in which your movements in your day to day, like your how you embody yourself. It's the lens in which you do so. This is often how other people see you. Sometimes I've had so many conversations with people when I'll bring up their chart. And they'll be amazed at their rising sign and they just don't see it, whereas everyone around them, they're like, oh no, that makes total sense. Because often we're more in our sun or our moon phase, in how we're not necessarily bearing witness to how we embody that. It's also linked into your vitality, your appearance, your body. It is the house of self. This is what is rising at the time of your birth. This is what is emerging. So this is new beginnings. We instigate things in the first house. And Jupiter moving in there, this is the guru, the wisdom teacher, the sense of openness and expansiveness. There's some generosity. There's some joviality. Jovial is linked into Jupiter. There's a real more ease about yourself this transit. There's on a frequency level. How do I say this? So sometimes when Jupiter moves through your first house, this was certainly my experience, that you may get a little bit larger in your physical body. This is the biggest planet in the solar system, and it's just it always tickles me how these things can turn up physically, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, or just be very literal. And so this may be a thing that may come about for the next year. And I'm just saying it because it is a possibility. It might not be for all of you, but when we're aware of what this might be, then, whatever you want to do, you do. But there can be an expansion of the pleasure principle here. You are ruled by Venus. And so there is, with Jupiter, there can be an expansion in Taurus of just enjoying the things that you like in excess. Oh, hello, Taurus. In excess. These are all, possible vibrational frequencies. As I also said, Jupiter can bring in things and opportunities that lead you to question things in the big picture. What's the phrase? Tests of faith, essentially. And so this is a possible frequency that may show up, that by the end of the transit, there is an understanding and an elevation and a cohesion, right? So Jupiter is all about wisdom and expansion, bringing things together in order to expand. And so there is this wanting to embody your actions and your deeds from a higher perspective. The Jupiter transit through Aries, I was saying that's helping essentially level up. Jupiter helps level up in that knowing wisdom space, every sign it moves through. And so with these themes of the first house is you wanting to perhaps take care of your body more, you being mindful of your vitality, and wanting to bring about more cohesion in your physical body. cohesion with how you embody yourself in your actions and your deeds based on core fundamentals rather than instinctive responses. In the collective reading, I talked about how whereas before Jupiter in Aries was helping us upgrade our sort of martial Aries energy, now Jupiter's helping upgrade our Venus principles, and sometimes we can take those to excess. We can through trauma responses and limiting beliefs treat ourselves in a way, in a continual way that isn't necessarily facilitating a sense of mindfulness and truth of what it is our soul and our body actually truly needs. Oh, I love this. And so Jupiter moving through here, through perhaps taking you to a point of excess. So I'm just going to have to pause. I've got a bit of a cough at the moment. This always seems to happen when I do transit videos in Taurus, because Taurus rules the throat. So by going through excess and taking us to those places, we learn from those experiences. And this is just for the direct motion before Jupiter goes retrograde, because then Jupiter's going to go retrograde right up until the 31st of December. And that's when we'll be revisiting all of these things. We're in this learning phase. And then the retrograde is the integration phase. And then moving forward, we're able to then embody that wisdom for the other half of the Jupiter transit. Well, guys. Oh, goodness me. I completely forgot to mention in the introduction that I've got dirt under my nails. And I've washed my hands so many times, but the dirt is fully ingrained there because I don't have any gardening tools. I don't tend to buy things unless I really need them in certain areas of my life. And I use my hands a lot. And I spent the weekend being in the garden, and I've been growing some vegetables, and I've now put them in the ground. So I just wanted to mention that in case you clock the dirt under the nails, that I was doing a very what felt like a very Jupiterian in Taurus activity of getting my senses, enjoying the experience of being in the 3D realm, because that is really what Jupiter's trying to help us do in that Taurian energy of enjoying this dimension, right? So a lot of us can really struggle with this dimension and find that the vibrations and the frequencies in the 3D realm can really affect who we are, and have us feel distraught or uncomfortable. I really do feel with this Jupiter and Taurus transit that is helping us give a sense of renewal, give us a sense of grace. We're dealing with Venus here and the moon, just being able to nourish ourselves in a healthy way. So where was I? I was talking about, yes, so we're in this learning phase for the cards that I'm pulling up now, of what might come up what might impact you, and how what energies are around for you to work with. So really great transit, a more knowing and understanding of who you are, bringing in some as I said, that elevation of your sense of self, that elevation, that knowing within you, a confidence within you based off of wisdom, based off of a higher perspective with this Jupiter transit. And also we've got Uranus there. Uranus won't be talking to each other very loudly, I think until next year, or thereabouts, or just at the end of this year. But Uranus has been in your first house for a while now. Lots of changes, lots of Uranus helps us get confident with being unique. And not needing to fit in, allowing us to be part of a crowd without diminishing ourselves. Jupiter coming in here after that, Uranus has been there for a while now, is really helping now bring in wisdom to those changes. we're following off the bat of that hybrid eclipse in Aries of our soul integration. Now we're in this space of embodying it and bringing the wisdom into our physical body, rather than responding off of trauma responses and limiting beliefs. Jupiter is helping bring wisdom to that, and particularly for you, Taurus, because this is in your 1st house. Right, because we're dealing with Venus, because Venus rules Taurus, as I'm sure you're aware, Taurus risings, we're going to be looking to where Venus is for this transit. And because wherever Venus is going to be bringing in other themes that are linked into this Jupiter transit. Because whatever Venus is doing, she is leveling up the signs that she rules. And so at the moment, Venus is in Cancer, which for you, Taurus risings, is in your 3rd house of communication, helping you understand from a true intuitive space and bring harmony to the way that you communicate into your life with that transit. And now that is impacting how you embody yourself. So Venus's transit through there, again, bringing ease in the way that you communicate. It's also linked into local communities. It's called the House of the Goddess. It's where we bring our big picture philosophies from the 9th house into our day to day, right? So whether it's the washing up, or, you know, walking the dog, whatever it is that, you know, you're doing on a day to day basis. Venus, we're getting a lot of support from the wisdom of Jupiter, and Venus is bringing ease and flow to the way that we communicate, a sense of appreciation of how we nourish ourselves in the day to day, and that is feeding into Jupiter until the 5th of June. So again, as I said in the introduction, this is a very holistic transit. Whenever we've got planets in Cancer, because they're governed by the moon, we are bringing in all the other areas of our chart. So Venus is ruling Jupiter, but Venus is currently ruled by the moon. So this is going to show up in different ways, but it's going to come through the funnel of the way that you communicate, and then what's cropping up that's blocking your way to embody wisdom in your through your actions and your deeds. But because we're dealing with Jupiter, the moon and Venus, I feel like this is all very beneficial, that there's going to be an ease and flow and a very sort of quick understanding of what Jupiter's trying to bring into you, with the support from Venus and the moon of how do we make this flow? How do we make this easy? And how do we bring in a sense of value and understanding of that innate wisdom that you're building within you with this Jupiter transit in the 1st house? Venus will then be moving into Leo, which is for you, Taurus rising. This is in your 4th house. This is your roots, your foundations. It's your lineage, it's your ancestors, your parents, the roof over your head, the things that you do in private. It is the bottom of your natal chart. It is the foundation of who you are. Venus is going to be having a retrograde there. She's going to be there for a long time. And so we've now got this energy of having had a bit more flow and understanding of how you communicate and how you're embodying that in with a sense of wisdom. We're now moving into how are we bringing in strong foundations? How are we bringing in foundations that are linked into your heart space? Leo rules the heart, the sense of vitality that you have in your home. Venus is revisiting and going over and transforming that area of your life. And in that process of having a sense of appreciation and value in your home structure, the foundations of who you are, that is now feeding into Jupiter. For the most part of, right, so we talked about how this is the learning period of Jupiter. Now Venus is impacting and bringing in, hey, this is what we want from our foundations. This is the ease and flow that we want in the foundational area of our chart. And now how that is then strengthening how you embody yourself, how your sense of confidence and generosity in you and your day-to-day and how you move is being expanded. and opportunities may come up in both that third house and fourth house that help you be able to integrate and expand on with wisdom, with learning, with growing, with bringing cohesion. So you're just going to get opportunities from different areas of your chart that are going to feed into Jupiter to expand in a holistic space. Because we're dealing with Jupiter, because what's going on with Jupiter for the next year will be expanding and leveling up your Sagittarius and Piscean energy. And for you, Taurus rising, you have Sagittarius in the 8th house. So themes about dynamics. This is other people's resources. This is the give and take between you and the outside world, whether that's time, energy, money, things, ideas. It's also linked into, you know, the one-to-one relationship you have with the universe. It's 3D and 5D, and so how you embody yourself and the needs that you want, the needs that matter to you in the long term. Jupiter is very much a future looking planet. It's seeding things in this cycle that will continue for the next 12 years. So it's there's a sense of ease and flow in who you are, and that's going to impact on the dynamic and understanding of what you need from that give and take between your one-to-one relationships and the outside world. It's the give and take between you and everything else. So this is going to have an impact there, and things may show up in that area of your life as well. And also Pisces, which is the 11th house. Okay, no, they're wanting to go there. The 11th house. So Jupiter moving through the first of how you embody yourself is perhaps going to have a change on what your hopes and dreams look like. With more wisdom and understanding of who you are, you're able to see more clearly about the dreams and hopes that you have, the kind of groups and friends you want to draw into your life. It's also the house where you're reaping the benefits from the 10th house. It's a very lucky house that through this self-embodiment, this wisdom, this expansion, this generosity to yourself, feeling good about yourself, can bring in new opportunities when it comes to reaping the benefits of your career, your life purpose. So just there's a lot of ease and free flowing energy here. There's it's going to be conjuncting whatever you have in Taurus, bringing about a sense of expansion and wisdom, and just I can't stress enough the generosity and the ease that Jupiter transits can bring. Not all the time, but certainly the outward aim is very much that. There's just there's a buoyancy there. It's the greater benefic. And so this means that it's helping support your soul's journey in the long term with hello Jupiter. So the Jupiter, this is the Jupiter card coming up. A sense of long-term expansion, long-term wisdom, thinking about being in it's all very long-term space, right? So Venus, Mercury, Mars, the Moon, the Sun, they are all very personal to you. Saturn and Jupiter are what were considered more social planets. And so it's more what's going on. And by that, in terms of long term, it's like our emotional responses, our instinctive personal things that we feel very much in the moment, don't always impact society. Whereas the lessons and the skills that Jupiter and Saturn bring in have a stronger focus on longevity. It's not saying that the personal planets don't have that. It's just that there is a stronger theme with Saturn and Jupiter of having that dynamic. Speaking of Saturn. Right, so so those are the sort of areas of your chart that may crop up during this time. With the Saturn and Pisces, that will be for the whole, the Sagittarius and Pisces, that will be for the whole year. The Venus cycle will shift, and I will be doing a Jupiter retrograde video as well to see what's come up and what we're working on moving forward. What else did I want to say? So as I said, there's going to be a lot of heavy nodal energy until the 11th of July. when Jupiter will then be 10 degrees away from the nodes. So they won't, nodes expand things, and we're dealing with a North node here. So where we're headed, what we're striving for, you've had the nodes in your sign, you've had the North node in your sign since January 2021. So you've really been working on expanding yourself. And that's what I love about this transit of Jupiter for us all, that it's wherever that Taurus energy, we've had that North node there, we've had these big eclipses, and now Jupiter's coming along saying, okay, with this expansion, with this striving, how am I going to facilitate that? How am I going to bring long-term wisdom into this, and a sense of longevity, and really sort of hone in what that expansive energy of the North Node, those eclipses that we've had, how am I going to bring a sense of generosity, bring a sense of amusement, of fun, of that joviality, that happy Buddha, of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Let's shift that frequency and now embody this wisdom on a very physical space for you, particularly Taurus risings. Right, I think that's everything that I wanted to say. I'm going to keep shuffling until the energies put the deck down. This is when I go quiet. As I said in the introduction, we need not only action, but this moments of stillness. So you've had a lot of information. I've said a lot of things basically, and now this is a good time for you to let that digest and see what intuitive hits come up, linked into how you're seeing that crop up in your life. When Jupiter has been in the sign of Taurus for just over a week now, and often when planets move into a sign, they sort of herald a lot of signals and signs of what their whole transit's going to be like. I certainly noticed on the day of the ingress that both in myself and the outside world, there was just lots of smiles, lots of laughter, lots of calmness, lots of it felt good. And then this weekend felt like, whoa, what just happened? So yeah, look back over this last week, see what may have come up. And yeah, so this is when I'm quiet. I'll put the deck down, and then the energies will want to move the cards around. I'll see how many piles they go in and see what intuitive hits I get about what kind of messages want to come through. And then we'll start again, and I will bring in what I've just talked about with the tarot. I'm just reminded of how I mentioned that Taurus rules the throat, and the neck. The neck supports the head, it gives it strength, but particularly with the throat, I did a throat cleansing, throat chakra cleansing and activation in the Taurus new moon readings. I recommend checking it out if you wanna engage in that. That so often we don't speak our truths. We don't speak our authentic self. There's lots of masking, there's lots of trauma blocking our throat chakra. And how I was just thinking about Jupiter moving through Taurus for us all collectively, that it is about finding that voice, finding that truth, but we need to integrate and alchemize and bring in every part of our physical form into a space of harmony, and that can show up, that can be, you can have your own intuitive hits about what that might mean for you, but there's this sense of, I talked about in the collective reading about how Jupiter can hold all of the planets of the solar system within it, of or just being held and being supported and wanting, and that sense of cohesion is about bringing together the parts into a whole. That during this transit we are going to be able to help shake off blockages. My hands are now clicking around my throat chakra, and through chanting, vibration, anything that sort of activates the throat can be very, very useful of clearing away the fear we have around vocalization, whatever that may be. Yeah, just wanted to mention that because I hadn't mentioned that at the beginning properly. Find it really fascinating that you got the Saturn and Neptune card come up, as well as the Taurus and Jupiter card, because Jupiter in Taurus is now ruling Saturn and Neptune. Oh my goodness me. I'm not doing a very good job of being quiet here, Taurus, am I? So we've got for the first pile, let's see what wants to come through. This is very quintessential Jupiter in Taurus energy here. We've got the World, we've got the Hanged Man, the Hierophant, and the Page of Pentacles. So we've got 3 major arcana. This is pretty powerful. And so we're instigating a journey of knowing yourself. So the World card is, there's this sense of completion. But for me, it's about the more that you know yourself, the more that the world opens up to you. And you're able to flow through the world with ease. That's what this energy is helping draw in. But there's, with the Hanged Man, there's a sense of this takes time. This can be a limbo phase. This is either building on where, like, so even if you feel like really complete in yourself, we're constantly in a state of evolution. And that's what I love about this. You know, I get quite bored quite quickly, and astrology is one of the few things that I've ever lost interest in. And that's because it is constantly changing. It's constantly highlighting that we are in cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle. That you may feel like this already. You may feel really complete and in your own space. Or it's something that you're working on. It all depends on where you're at. That regardless of where you're at, this is bringing in a sense of elevation. You know, this card has the fixed signs at each point, and it is, even if it's this is the final major arcana, but it's also, if you notice here, this wreath representing the 0 of, you know, once we complete something, we then are going back to we're starting a new cycle, but based on everything that we've already done. This is the Saturn card. This is about the more you walk with integrity, the less boundaries that you need. And it's one of the reasons why Saturn brings up boundaries, is in order for us to get to that space. But I love how this energy is what's sort of being seeded, what's being brought into you. Also with that combination of Venus in Cancer, of how do you want to communicate? Oh, sorry, someone's just at the door. So that was the postman, and funnily enough, just as I'm talking about communication, my new deck came, my new tarot deck that I'll be using after the summer solstice, so, which is a form of communication, particularly about the Hanged Man, because the Hanged Man is all about changing your perspective, but taking time to go inward. I always link in Odin, the Norse god, who was upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights. At the end of it, they received the wisdom of the runes. You know, this sense of divine inspiration. You know, it's linked into Neptune. And so I was talking about Venus being in the sign of communication, of bringing down those big picture philosophies into your day-to-day and having more ease with that, and how that's impacting what's going on with Jupiter in Taurus and how you embody these things. And we've got the Hierophant. This is the Taurus card. And this, in my old deck, this was the Guru card. And essentially, like, be your own guru, experience through your own journey what's important to you, not following. So even though this is actually the Pope and it's more linked into sort of book religion, I feel like we're evolving to a space where our individual experience is fundamental to our existence. That was the original teachings of so many of the Buddha, of Jesus, of Muhammad, that it's the inner work that we do. It's the inner journey that we go on that is our connection to God. And so through this, we then help society, right? So the Hierophant is linked into community, society, other people, groups of people, and communicating that information. But there's a sense of longevity here with the Hierophant, that you are seeding this wisdom and this embodiment with this Jupiter transit, because we've got the Page of Pentacles, and for me this is heralding in a new way of you appreciating the 3D world, a new way of embodying yourself. You know, your first house, your ascendant, is ruled by Venus. This is the pleasure principle. This is not denying the wonder of the 3D realm, but doing it from this rooted wisdom space that isn't going to, I mean, everything in moderation, including moderation, but excess through trauma responses. That you're going to be going through a period of elevating however you know yourself from a different perspective with a sense of longevity. And that is the pages are very useful energy, very vibrant energy, and this is about bringing in a new way of embodying. This is heralding in a new dynamic, and I like how it's a page, because that's implying that freshness, that vitality, that sort of looking at things with your eyes wide open and just wanting to experience rather than being trapped by previous cycles. We learn from them, we understand them, but they don't define where we are in this moment. Also seeding this understanding of knowing your own body, wanting to be integral to your physical form. But calling for stillness. I like that. The Hanged Man's come up with dealing with a yin night sign. This is about cultivation, observation, really, I was just about to say observation, really be in that state of observing how you respond to things, and getting messages through your body, through your actions, through your deeds, getting clues in that way of working out how to tap into this Jupiterian energy of abundance, of opportunities, of a sense of elevation and wisdom. I feel like clarity and sight will come through when perhaps you are just simply moving your body or doing whatever physical things that you can be in that state of that Hanged Man, of that mindfulness, to see what messages come through. You know, pages bring messages. What messages comes through for you on a very personal level that is to do with you. We have, what are they wanting to do? Okay. Do bear with me, guys. Sometimes the energies do things that don't necessarily seem to be there doesn't seem to be much logic to it, but it is all just part of the process. Okay, so we have, for the next pile, we've got the Eight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune. This is Jupiter's card. We've got the Star card and the Strength card. So with the Strength card turning up in this, I feel like, you know, the Strength card is Leo's card. And Venus is moving into Leo, and retrograding there. So it'll also be squaring Jupiter. So squares bring up things coming, you know, whereas the with Venus in Cancer, that's a sextile. So there's a free-flowing, inspirational, creative energy coming in. And with the square, this can bring up but it can bring up issues, it can bring up conflict. Squares are ruled by Mars. It can be frustrating, can be butting heads against each other and being quite stubborn and not seeing things through, but it's also a great powerful mode for change. So that's in your 4th house of your roots and your foundations. And with this combination of cards, it's sort of suggesting that there may have been limitations and blocks in how you're able to express yourself. The fourth house often linked into trauma, whether that's trauma faced by parents, no matter how good they are, they mess us up. It's part of the what it is one of their roles in this environment, but also holding on to ancestral trauma that may have blocked you, right? So those of you who are regulars, you know that we're going through this cycle of soul integration. A lot of our soul contracts have been cleared, and we're beginning on new ones. But it doesn't mean that there isn't still residual energy that would now, when we're in this more open space of this soul integration, that we are able to move through this energy a lot quicker. Doesn't mean that there aren't issues coming up, there aren't struggles. And I say this because the Eight of Swords it's for that fourth house and the first house, how you embody yourself. And Venus coming along and harmonizing this, showing you a way out. Because this is being trapped in a cage of your own making. So this figure thinks they're trapped, thinks that they're surrounded by the swords, which is your mental anguish, or not just mental anguish, but in this, or mental constructs, our limiting beliefs, our trauma responses. And when it's showing up in the fourth house, it can be very much linked into your own personal experience, your lineage, your ancestors, and there's clearing coming, because the cards that have come up are speaking that with this combination of Venus moving through the force of helping, as I said, helping you find that way out. If this figure just moves just a little bit, again, changing perspective, changing that dynamic, breaking out of fixed energy, because Leo and Taurus are both fixed energy, that the bounds will fall down and the hands will come free in order to remove the blindfold. So Venus moving through there with that combination of how that's affecting Jupiter is helping you break out of limiting beliefs that have been blocking how you see yourself with wisdom, how you see the truth of who you are. And that's, it's highlighted by the fact that we've got the Star card, which again, this is Aquarius, so this is more fixed energy, but this is about deep healing and truly getting in line with your authentic self. We've got the Strength card, which is through this process, through this learning, through this observation, through kindness, through love, these dynamics can work together. So this is our instinctive responses, our animalistic side. We are mammals. We are all sorts of things, and we have these response mechanisms within us, and this can represent our cognitive higher self. And through love and kindness, they communicate with one another and they want to work together. And another word for this card in the Toss Tarot is lust, and that's lust for life. So the more that we are in balance, we are in harmony, the more that we are able to enjoy this 3D environment. But again, the Strength card, we've got a lot of pause cards here. The Strength card is about taking your time. It's not about direct action. It's about embodying this space of communication and collaboration, but harmonizing your inner dynamic. Okay, they wanted me to move on to the Wheel of Fortune. Harmonizing that inner dynamic from a deep space of wisdom. This is the Jupiter card. This is the Wheel of Fortune. This is saying that things are on the up. It might be that you're not at the bottom of the wheel, but wherever you're at, things are changing, things are growing, things are elevating. And so this dynamic between Venus in Leo for so long and Jupiter in your first house of having solid foundations that bring harmony and ease from a heart space, from a space of love and vibrancy, is feeding into the beginning part of this transit of how you're learning about and understanding and seeing yourself with a little more ease, being more generous to yourself, being able to laugh more, being able to embody yourself from a deep space of wisdom. And so the final pile, and how this energy and everything that you've been learning and growing through, the breaking out of certain cages that may have felt really comfortable, being in this space of stillness, this is observation of just really trying to get into your physical senses. And in the lead up to this, we've got, you know, the things that you're helping yourself break through from. We'll then be going into the retrograde, where we will be revisiting. But what I like about what these cards are sort of what these cards are telling me is, you know, we've got the Two of Pentacles. And for me, the Two of Pentacles is very much about survival mode in the 3D realm. And this is in reverse. So this is implying that you are breaking through this survival mechanism of you know, when we're in survival mode, we're taking action, but we're not necessarily able to think beyond this moment. And it's a very different thing to being in the now to being in survival mode in the now. You're not open to possibilities because you're fixated on an end goal, right? This is saying that, yeah, this dynamic of juggling certain things, of figuring out how to embody yourself, is in the reverse. So it's sort of an acknowledgement of you moving through that space. And it's wanting to go with the Queen of Cups, which I love. The Queen of Cups, very psychic, very intuitive. There's a calmness, there's a stillness, very nourishing. You're able to bring this rather, you know, she can be very supportive when we are in survival mode. But with this fear being what we're seeding and learning about is how we embody ourselves through fear, and how this is helping us step out of that space regardless of what's going on. This whole ship on a very big wave, scary. Imagine being there. You're just fixated on surviving. You may still be that ship, but you're able to move through things with grace, with a sense of understanding, a sense of knowing. With that Queen of Cups, she's very serene. She's very calm. She is looking out into the ocean. She's right on the edge of the beach. She is open. There's this wide, vast openness. And she is seeing things from a great depth. She is understanding the reality of the now and how to use your emotions to start a new journey. Very, very nourishing energy. And on top of that, we've got the page, not the page, very similar vibe, the Ace of Pentacles. So not only have you got the page, but you've got the Ace of Pentacles, and this is renewal. So through this journey of learning, through this contemplation, through this shift of energy, as much as you're learning, there is still a buoyancy, there's still a generosity wherever Jupiter is, that you're going to feel open to going on this new journey, open to revisiting things, open to this new dynamic in the 3D realm. Because then we're going into the retrograde, and I like how this is showing up right at in the final pile of saying you're able to engage in that retrograde. So when Jupiter goes retrograde, it's more about seeking wisdom within, but there's a questioning with that retrograde. And I like how the Ace of Pentacles is showing up and saying you're feeling revitalized, you're feeling the ability to continue on this journey. And finally, we've got the Three of Cups and the Lover's card. So this is, again, right, we've got the Three of Cups. So this is, I talked about the harmonization of the physical body. And this came up in the collective reading, and it felt that those physical senses are in communion with one another. The journey that you're going on for the next couple of months is helping bring in this energy of just being on the same page. There is with the Three of Cups, there's a balance here, there's a structure here. They are in flow, they are in harmony with one another. Very Venusian energy, and a sense of enjoyment, a sense of pleasure. And with the growth of your communication and the growth of those strong foundations with that retrograde, that there is and the expansion of Jupiter in your first house, it just, we're getting some ease at the moment. We're getting some some support in a way that isn't necessarily really tough lessons. It's not that those things might not come up, but your ability to move through it there's just more confidence there. Also, with this being the first house, this is the people around you enjoying your presence. And we've got the Lovers card crowning all of this. And this is just before the retrograde, and I like this. This is Gemini energy, but this is crossroad energy. So this is, with knowledge, you are able to make autonomous decisions. This is about making lifelong decisions from a place of integration. So, as I said, this is just leading up to the retrograde. So with this embodiment, this learning, this growing of this first phase, you've got the information, you're able to, Gemini, collect that information of that retrograde, and be able to work with that retrograde. And in the long term, that is helping you be able to understand the crossroads that you're at, the directions that you're going in, and what it is that you want to do moving forward with that retrograde. Okay, let me just pull a quick clarification cards. What was it? That was, yeah, those three. I mean, that's really quite powerful. I keep wanting to be drawn back to them. I feel like if you've got a tarot deck, bringing those in, maybe having them out around you during this time is just because these are major arcana. This is big energy, but this is big wisdom energy, but it's not rushing into anything. It's not it's taking your time. This spread is really showing that we're not full steam ahead here. We are here to integrate. Right, so all the decks go in the description box. As I said, I will be listing all of the sort of the key aspects that will be happening between now and the 12th of September for Jupiter. And so you can go and check those out and then see what crops up on those days. Pride. Love that. Pride in yourself. Pride isn't a bad thing. Pride is not a bad thing. Unintegrated pride, yes. But overall pride of you and being at peace with who you are, and really like respecting yourself. Because as I said, all the while, this energy is sextiling Pisces, where Saturn and Neptune are. And Saturn really, the Saturn card came up. Saturn really wants us to be integral to ourselves, to sort of, for our actions, words, and words to be from a space of where you can respect them. And Jupiter with this sextile of bringing wisdom and just a bit more ease, just a bit more flow. I don't know if they wanted that. We've got the moon card came flying out as I was talking about Pisces. This is the Pisces card. Mystery, instinct, discovery. So it's going over the instinct. As I did say, like the moon is having an impact on Jupiter during this time of really leaning into, and also Venus being in Cancer, of really leaning into taking time in nature to connect to your senses. It's not necessarily how you emotionally feel about something, but that like really getting to understand what your body's trying to tell you. And I think it's like the clearest message for this, and finding the wisdom in it, finding the expansiveness of it, of slowing down a bit. Okay, Taurus, I'm going to leave it at that. I usually pull this from this deck until we get a major arcana, and the major arcana came out. And I just feel like pride is such like the key word that this journey of Jupiter in your sign is really going to bring for you. I really hope this resonated for you, Taurus. I would love to hear from you on a personal level. But if you want to help push the algorithm forward and pay it forward, hit that like button, leave a comment, even if it's just an emoji. This still helps the algorithm. Subscribe if you're a new viewer. Hello and welcome. But yeah, as I said, on a personal level, I'd just love to hear from you. But be good to yourself, Taurus. Be good to those around you. And most importantly, be well until we meet again. Aries rising. For those of you just tapping into the Aries area of your chart, it's not your rising sign. Look to where Aries falls, the house that it is in, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that come through. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. But for Aries rising, hello, you've got Jupiter in your second house. This is the house of your resources. This is the things that you care about and value. This is how you value yourself. This is how you make your money. This is how you manifest. So we've got this this Jupiter moving into the second house. Straight off the bat, I'm just going to say you might spend some more money. I know when I had Jupiter transit my second house, I got myself into debt. True facts. And so I'm just flagging that up there because there is a tendency of expansion in wanting to just spend a bit more money during this time, and sometimes that might be a good idea if you're investing in your long-term manifestation, but just be mindful of that, as well as bringing wisdom, Jupiter can also just expand in general. There's a sense of optimism and generosity with Jupiter. And so you just might feel a bit more generous, and just want to indulge in that way a little bit more. But Jupiter can also, moving through the second house, help you understand how you value yourself, give yourself an expansion of truly knowing your worth, truly knowing your value from a very long-term legacy-based sense of abundance. So great. I mean, wherever Jupiter's transiting, it's a great transit for all of us. But we've just had all those eclipses in Taurus. We've got the North Node energy, which is very potent, what we've been striving for, what we've been reaching for. You've had big changes happen in this area of your chart, and now Jupiter's coming along. We had Jupiter Jupiter, the first lunation we had was in Taurus, with Jupiter being in that sign. I recommend checking out the collective reading for that new moon because that was really beautiful, and I feel like is kind of embodying a lot of what Jupiter is here to teach us on a collective level, and how you can then apply that to your second house. So getting in touch with your physical senses, getting in touch with what feels good for you. Wherever Jupiter is, it's elevating and giving a sense of wisdom to that area of our chart. So you just had it go through your first house. You've got more wisdom and understanding of who you are. There's a sense of ease with your embodiment in your actions. And now Jupiter's moving into your value system. So helping you truly know how to value yourself and the magic and opportunities that can bring about. As I said, it's how you make your money. So it's the mode in which you do so. So you've got to feel good about what it is that you're doing. We're dealing with Venus and the moon here. This is the sensory pleasures of the 3D world. You being comfortable in this 3D world. It's pretty hard to be comfortable in this 3D world right now. Jupiter's helping us really be able to embody that despite the craziness that's going on in the world. So you may have more opportunities with manifestation, more wisdom and understanding of how you manifest, more opportunities linked into how you make your money. All of these things are very possible during this transit. But as I said, this is, I like to focus more on how you value yourself. And that can lead to, as I said in the introduction, Jupiter can bring about tests of faith, help you question things to realize the bigger picture. So reevaluation of what it is that you care about in your life, the things that are important to you. That was quite a few cards. I'm not going to pick those all up. What is important to you? And also questioning how you look at yourself. With Jupiter moving through this house, this can bring a sense of confidence in who you are, of that value. It's not the first house of how you embody yourself. You just had that transit, but this is now the core principles of who you are, and having real ease and a sense of just a lot of more. I keep saying the same words over and over again, but they are very key words. This sense of wisdom, this sense of knowing. Jupiter is linked into gurus, teachers, the law. There's a real truth to this. There's bigger principles coming in. So wherever you're at with how you value yourself, or however you're at with how you're making your money, and how you're this was a card that came up in the collective reading, of how you're able to manifest. Jupiter is coming along after all those eclipses, and now bringing wisdom and expansion of everything that we've gone through, giving a sense of ease and flow, as I said, more confidence in what it is that you have to offer, and how you look at yourself with that. How, again, really focusing on how you value yourself, that sense of generosity to yourself, which, as I said, I got myself into debt. It was linked into a partner. And I've got Jupiter rules my 5th house of creation energy. And also, and the reason why I'm bringing it up, just to give you an example of how this shows up, also my 8th house, which is the give and take between you and the outside world, and you and your intimate relationships. So it was through that dynamic that I ended up spending a bit more money, and just makes me laugh, because I will be talking about the other areas of your chart where this will then give nuances and understanding of how this is going to show up for you. So great, really good transit. The only potential unintegrated side of Jupiter is just indulging a little too much in the things that you like, but on the flip side, that can be investing in your business, investing on how you make your money. We tend to get hit by every single aspect of the different frequencies. So I just wanted to highlight those things so you're aware of it. But we're dealing with Jupiter in the sign of Venus. And Venus, she wants you to feel good. And Jupiter's coming along to help elevate that pleasure principle for the long term, right? It's feeling good is a wonderful thing. It's not a negative thing. We shouldn't shame it or reject it. But sometimes we can have those things out of balance. And I feel that Jupiter moving through here, if it may bring up things where you end up spending a bit of money, but then learning from that experience, I certainly did, of learning what it is that I wanted from a relationship in terms of the give and take. And so, yeah, wisdom can come out of difficult situations for sure. Right, speaking of Venus, Venus rules Taurus. So wherever Venus is, she's going to be having an impact on what's going on with Jupiter in Taurus. So I'm just going to let them do this. They're just moving over my heart chakra. Venus is about love, creativity, appreciation, value, harmony. And she currently is in Cancer, which squares your Aries energy, and that is in this, and that's in your 4th house, Aries rising. It's your roots, your foundations. It's the bottom of your chart. It's the fundamentals of who you are. It's where you come from, and whether that's your past lives, ancestors, parents, all of those things. It's the roof over your head. It's the things that you do in private. So Venus moving through here, she's helping you tap into your intuition and how you nourish yourself in this sign, bringing some harmony and some ease. Mars has just left there, so now it's there's a little more let up on our emotional response mechanisms. The moon is our intuition, how we nourish ourselves, nourish others, the things that we need in life, our instinctive emotional responses. And Venus is coming along there and bringing harmony. She's bringing ease. You've got a bit more flow going on in your home. But I feel with this transit of Venus, of helping bring harmony to your foundations. Right, so whether that's clearing out ancestral trauma, clearing out parental trauma, getting you to feel more valued in your home space. wanting to spend a bit more time at home. But this is feeding into Jupiter. This is a sextile, so a very creative energy coming through here of the two benefics. Venus and Jupiter are both the benefics of the solar system. They help us out with ease rather than difficult situations. There's just a little more spring in your step, there's more of a sense of joy during this time for all of us. And so this is sextiling how you value yourself. So Venus in the sign of your foundations is bringing harmony and value and creative ways of engaging with the root of who you are. And that is feeding into Jupiter, of how you value yourself and how you make your money and how you manifest the things that you care about. So you're getting a strength from the root of who you are, from your foundations, pouring into how to see yourself with clarity, how to have a sense of understanding of your true value based on these core foundations that aren't being bound by limiting beliefs. Had an energetic release. So Venus will then move into Leo. And this is on the 5th of June. I'm going to list everything that I talk about, as well as put a list of all the main aspects for this particular period, because we're going up to the 12th of September and then Jupiter will go retrograde. So I'm just dealing with this direct motion in these videos. Right, and so the second part of this, from the 5th of June till the end of this particular transit that I'm doing, till Jupiter goes retrograde, Venus will be in Leo, and that is a fellow fire sign. So this is trining your Aries energy. So there's a lot of supportive, inspirational energy coming from Venus. She will be retrograde. She's spending a lot of time in Leo. She's retrograding in Leo. So you're getting big Venusian activation happening in your 5th house, Aries rising, and this is your house of creation energy. It's also the house of fun and good spirits. There's luck around this house. There's how you amuse yourself. It's linked into children. It's linked into romance and short-term dating. So I will be doing a Venus transit for that retrograde, because that's a big deal for us all. So now this influence of your creation energy, of getting appreciation and value, just motivation, this harmony happening in this. Venus loves being in the 5th house. So you've got not only a retrograde, but so you've got a long time. This is Venus's favorite house. So this is really supportive for you, Aries. And then all that supportive energy, that revisiting of your creation energy, with that retrograde, that rebirth of yourself again. You know, that creation energy is linked into Mars is like our motivation and drive to get out of bed in the morning. But your 5th house is the things that give you a spring in your step, the things that bring you joy and pleasure. That creation spark, you know, it's linked into children. But I feel like anything that we cultivate from a creative space, that's not just linked into art or music or whatever. It's anything that we feel that pleasure principle, that deep creative energy in our bodies, is that spark of who we are, is being powered up at this time. And that is all feeding into Jupiter. And this will be a square between Venus during this time and Jupiter. So they're both fixed signs, Leo and Taurus. And so this is where we've gone from Venus in Cancer, which is more easy, subtle energy of creative ideas coming through, a sense of flow, a sense of love. Now we've got a square, which is ruled by Mars, which can bring up conflict and frustration, competition. But I focus more on, I just highlight those things because they might be present, and when they are, look to what it's trying to teach you. But it's more about friction with squares. It's a very powerful manifestation energy. It helps us bring things into fruition in the 3D world. So you've got this square between Jupiter and Venus. It will be exact at certain points, but energetically that square is there, that's affecting Jupiter. Okay, now we've been cultivating things. We're in this learning phase for this part of the transit. That things may then crop up more in our outside world, that we can then start seeing how we're going to be forging this energy moving forward, opportunities coming up more in the 3D. And this is between your creation energy and how you value yourself. So a re-understanding of your creative spark, feeding into the wisdom that's expanding, that's growing, the opportunities that are manifesting here of bringing those two together. And again, we're dealing with Venus and Jupiter, so even it's a square, it's still going to be, there's going to be some more love there, there's going to be some more generosity, and so we've got that creative energy feeding into how you value yourself based on this new revamp with Venus, and then so then we'll go on to for the next then we'll be moving ahead with the retrograde after that, which I will be doing a separate transit video on. So I was talking about that example of how I got into debt and how that was showing up in other areas of my chart. So you, in terms of where Sagittarius and Pisces felt. So for you, Aries, you have Sagittarius, again, that's another fire sign. So whatever's going on with the ruler is affecting the signs that it rules. So it's leveling up that area of your life, and themes of those signs, and therefore those houses, will also be at play. So you have Sagittarius, which is another fellow fire sign, and that is in your 9th house of your big picture philosophies. This is about perspectives. This is your morals, ethics, understandings of the universe, and how you see yourself in connection with that. It's also linked into higher education, but for me, that's more mastery of something. It doesn't just have to be linked into, say, university. It's anything you've been studying for a while. Opportunities around that. Also traveling to a different land that is unfamiliar to you, or a different environment that's unfamiliar to you, and by spending a lot of time there, you then broaden your perspectives. So it's all about perspectives. So we are, through the wisdom and understanding of yourself and how you value yourself, this is showing up of, in the 9th house of then how is that mapped out in the world. How are you then at ease with your understanding of the world, and therefore your place in it and your value in it. Sorry, guys. Do bear with me. Right, so Pisces for you is your 12th house. This is your hidden house. I really like this combination. So you've got Saturn there, you've got Neptune there, and between all of this, Saturn and Jupiter, they're in signs that sextile one another, and this is very creative energy. So for us collectively, because Saturn is in the sign ruled by Jupiter, we've got a strong link between the two, and Saturn loves being in the 12th house. And you're getting structure and understanding of those hidden parts of who you are. This can be trauma responses, limiting beliefs, the constructs that we then contemplate, that are unconscious space. But also right underneath that is your soul, the magic of who you are. There's a lot of magic in the 12th house. It's also linked into depression, loss, and grief. So how does this work out? So the 2nd house of how you value yourself, the leveling up that you're having with Jupiter moving through that sign, is going to help clear out stuck limiting beliefs and help cultivate the magic that's there, along with this combination with your perspectives of how you map yourself out in the world. I love this. So things may crop up in that area of your life. As I said, I got into debt because of the 5th house, creation energy, romance, and the 8th house of how that dynamic was working at the time. And as I said, I learned from that. So how you map yourself out in the world and working through hidden structures may bring about that sense of wisdom and understanding in your 2nd house of how you value yourself. Figuring out hidden secrets, hidden magic of who you are is going to impact on how you manifest and how you make your money. Perhaps opportunities linked into traveling or learning a bit more is going to facilitate your long-term growth into, as I said, how you make your money, and also the things that you really care about, particularly yourself. I really do want to focus on how you value yourself, having a bit more generosity to who you are, and highlighting that coming from a space of wisdom, a sense of long-term thinking. Jupiter cycle. So this is a new cycle in Taurus. It's a 12-year cycle. So some of the things that get seeded around this time may take longer than the year to actually come into fruition. As I said, Jupiter is a forward-thinking planet. It's linked. So the Mercury, the Sun, the Moon, Venus and Mars are all very personal to you. Jupiter and Saturn, the last two visible planets to the naked eye, are more sort of social. And what do I mean by this? This is when like the lessons that they're trying to integrate, the opportunities that they're trying to provide, the growth and expansion they're trying to bring is for not only for you on a personal level, but those are for there's more energetic links to how that affects the society at large. So trying to, and that's why it's linked into that longevity, because some it's all the personal planets have this too, but there's just a more focus in one space, that perhaps the actions that you take, love this coming through for you for the second house, the action that you take on the day-to-day, yes, everything is part of the vast rich tapestry of your existence, but they might not have the same weight, whereas the Jupiter and Saturn transits are really focusing on integrating you in the long term, for just in terms of I was going to say decades, or at the very least for a decade. So Jupiter moving through here, you may have already been working on this area of your life for a while. As I said, we've had all those eclipses, so of course you have been. That then Jupiter coming along is helping bring opportunities that are going to suit you for the next 12 years. We're constantly in a state of evolution. I was saying in the Taurus video that astrology is like one of the few, I get quite bored quite quickly. I can be very impatient. That astrology is one of those things that is just it never stops growing, it never stops evolving. No transit is the same as the previous one. The previous Jupiter transit was not the same as the one where we're at now, and that we've got all these cycles over and over and over again, and they're all evolving and we're all evolving with it. That no matter where you're at in your life, there's still that sense of growth and expansion, and that can be in the subtleties or it can be really, really loud. We're constant, we're never, for me, the phrase every day is a school day is so important, because sometimes we get very fixed of this is who we are, this is where we're at, I'm done. I'm done. I've got nothing more to learn, nothing more to grow. And there can be a sense of like, of being like, I was going to say exhausted. And the Three of Swords came out of that. Like, I'm sort of, this is it. I don't have the energy to keep going, to keep growing. That can be a sense of burden around that evolutionary growth. And I feel that Jupiter really helps us feel a bit more at ease at that process, because it's not always easy, and Jupiter really is it's the greater benefic. It really wants to help you out, but do so with a smile on its face, that sense of joviality, that sense of generosity, that are very much words that are linked into Jupiter, that there's just a little more skip in your step at the journey that you've got to go on. And with Taurus, this is, how do you feel about it in your physical body? What's your body saying to you? Not necessarily how you emotionally connect to something, but really, this is really asking you to slow down. We're dealing with yin night sign here of Taurus. There's a fixity here. There's a slow and steady wins the race. This is really being in a state of observation during this period, because we are going to have a retrograde. We're going to be going over a lot of this. So just being mindful that this is a long transit, that we're not going to figure everything out straight away. We are here to let things integrate, right? So we rush. And our subconscious needs time to digest, right? Rest and digest rather than fight or flight. we should be in parasympathetic nervous system state for most of our existence, and yet we are in sympathetic nervous state, which is that oh, we've got to do something, we've got to be. This is very much calling us, especially during this part of the section, and will be for the retrograde as well, of like, let's cultivate this, let's explore it, let's observe, let's engage. But it's not necessarily about thinking about the end result. This is about being open to possibilities, open to change, open to expansion, open to that cohesion and understanding, and integration of all the different parts of who you are. And doing like meditations where you're going through and relaxing every part of your body, and through that messages can come through that physical engagement, through that observation, through that holding space for the physical body, for our physical senses, and how that feels in this 3D realm. So particularly like it's boosting that 12th house of the hidden parts of who you are, including your soul, as well as your perspective. So you're really you're going to be spending time in contemplation of who you are, and what's important to you, and how that not only reflects on a personal level of but also in terms of the general idea of you in the world. Love this for you, Aries. You've gone through a lot with everything going through the sign of Aries for a while. That was really, really potent. And now the nodes will be moving into your sign. Do we want that one? Sorry, I just have to go a bit quiet sometimes when I'm doing this because I'm trying not to think. Usually this is when, they put the deck down, but we'll see if they want to pick the deck back up again. But this is when I'm quiet, talking of that integration phase. I've just said a lot to you. This is letting that all settle in. This is why sleep's so important, guys. Like, it helps us process it, especially I really recommend not eating 2 to 3 hours before you go to bed, because you're helping your body heal, and also not providing stimulants to your brain, so let you have deep sleep to help you process things. But as I say, this is when I usually go quiet. The energies like to do some energy work. They move the cards around, but they sort of jump the gate a bit quicker than I'm used to, and this is a time of like seeing what intuitively comes up for you about this Jupiter transit. Jupiter's been there for over a week. You may often find when planets enter into a sign, they can show a lot of signs and symbols about what the whole transit's about. I certainly noticed on the first day that Jupiter moved into that sign, and the next day that everyone was just very smiley and happy, and there was an ease, there was a flow, there was a sense of camaraderie, and just a real, very potent vibrancy during that time. Another thing's personal to me, but maybe look back and see what was coming up, and see what they want. What do they want to do? That you might get some clues. As I said, like Jupiter can bring in tests of faith, but I'm really enjoying what this spread is saying to me already, and I haven't really been quiet for that integration, so I'm going to be quiet now. Okay, so we have four, so there's four piles. The first pile is about what's being what's being seeded by Jupiter. And we've got the Three of Swords, and we've got the Seven of Swords, and we've got the Fool. And the Three of Swords coming up in the second house. This is about things that this isn't just about romance. This is about anything that's caused your heart pain, that you are processing and working through, and the strength that you have to keep going, despite all of that. That Jupiter coming along, and that can block how you value yourself. And it's coming with the Seven of Swords. Now, if you notice the difference in the backgrounds, the colors. So when tarot cards have a yellow background, there's that sense of vitality and abundance, and just there's a happier energy. So we've got the Seven of Swords, which can be trickery, can be deception, but with the Fool, I feel this is, and Uranus being there as well, and has been for a while, of now there's a culmination of thinking differently, of breaking the norm. So this figure is stealing swords from the other. This also came up in the collective reading. If you haven't watched it, I really do recommend. I talk about the main themes in a lot more detail. Right, so the Seven of Swords, this figure is stealing from the other side. They're about to go to battle, and this figure is taking away their resources. And sometimes that can feel really difficult, but what it does is help us think differently. It's help us bring in a new way of thinking. And you know, these two combinations of being in this space and this being difficult, whether you're conscious of it or not, we're all in different spaces. Even if we think we've worked through this, there are going to be lingering things that the universe will then show us examples of that, and then we respond differently, and it shows growth. But through this, Jupiter is helping you have a different perspective, and moving away from whatever this is and however this feels for you, and bringing in the Fool energy. Hello, this is the beginning of the deck. This is a fresh new journey, fresh new adventure that Jupiter is bringing. But most importantly, linking into Jupiter with the Fool is the Fool. Look how open the Fool is. Its arms are wide out. There's an expansiveness. The Fool is looking up and outwards. It's not looking down. Its perspective is wide. Look, imagine looking up. When you look up at the sky, especially when there aren't that many things in the way, like blocking the skyline. When I do that, it's just like my brain just goes a bit funny, because the perspective, the energy of that wide perspective that you're bringing in just feels so just nourishing, and it sort of switches gear a bit. Like the Hanged Man is upside down on a tree, and a lot of practices changing your perspective physically can help change your energetic perspective as well as your mental perspective. So the Fool is wide open, and is about to start on a new adventure. And I love this for Jupiter being there, is because the Fool is calling us to embody every experience that we engage in this 3D world as an adventure. So rather than this, so with the Three of Swords, this can limit how we respond to things based off of previous trauma. The Fool is open, is not hiding, it's not hunched in, it's not closed off. It's very open. There's a freeness, there's a lightness here of whatever comes your way, moving through it from a space of that generosity, that expansion of Jupiter. And I like this shift and change with you in the second house of being able to value yourself from a very fresh new space. And I focus on that valuing of self because that impacts how you make your money. That impacts how you manifest. That impacts what it is that you truly care about. It impacts how you work with your resources. When you value yourself truly and deeply as you are a part of that creation energy, you are the spark of life of the universe, that opens up a wealth of possibility for your journey. And I love that the fall is coming up for the overall sort of energy of Jupiter moving through Taurus. This is a freshness, it's a vibrancy. You are enjoying this new journey. So there's 4 piles. So this is linked into Venus's journey through Cancer, and what Venus is doing and how that's impacting Jupiter. We have a lot of fire energy here, a lot of passion, a lot of creativity. We've got the 5 of Wands, we've got the 7 of Wands, and the 6 of Wands. So the 5 is very chaotic energy. Venus is in Cancer, in your roots and your foundations, right? And how does that impact how you value yourself? Well, there's usually a lot of trauma can be found in 4th house placements. And so Venus moving through there after the integration of Mars, of what motivates us is clearing this energy out that is blocking how you value yourself. Your foundations that may have felt like this, of not necessarily momentum going forward, of not being able to, your passions and your drives to really get going. Helping clear out that, if that's a very prominent energy for you. But even if you're not quite aware of it, being aware that there may be ancestral trauma that is linked into your energetic field. But Venus in Cancer, how you nourish yourself, how you nourish others, that there may have been a lot of conflicting issues of not necessarily prioritizing your own needs, and your instinctive emotional responses being a bit all over the place, and how that's blocked how you value yourself. We've also got the 7 of Wands, and for me this is somewhat very clearly on the top of a hill. All these other wands are below this wand, and the card implies that what you have to give is of value, and that you have something of quality to share. But look how unsteady this person is. They don't feel that. They're wearing different shoes, maybe got up in a rush in the morning. They're standing in between a pool of water. There's unsteadiness here. There's not knowing, there's not being confident. We live in a very competitive environment that whenever this card comes up, I say, look to whether you need to fight these fights. Is it important? Maybe just doing you and not focusing on this exterior, that you can then get in touch with your true value and see clearly what it is that you have to offer. So I love that this is coming up with Venus in your roots and your foundations. It's also having more calm and peace and understanding in your private life and home, that is helping open up this understanding that not only do you have passions and things to offer, this is very creative energy, very driven energy, but that you are of value, right? You're not having to fight. There's lots of competitive energy here. You're not having to fight to be able to express it, because the crowning energy for this is the 6 of Wands, and this is the victory card. This is what's being processed, what you're learning, what we're cultivating during this time is helping you understand that you play a part in society. So look, everyone has value, but we don't often see it. And this is more competition with the outside world, whereas this person is going to go and be celebrated, but they've done a thing that is not only helping themselves but the society around them, to all these other people. There was a community effort, that you are not fighting, but there's now celebration. There's now a sense of flow, of ease, between this Venus in Cancer and Jupiter, that this is perhaps bringing up examples of this that make you sit and go inward and realize your own value, and being more mindful with that, having more flow and more ease. We have Love this. This is for Venus in Leo, for the majority of this journey. So as I said, this is lots of things are coming up with this Jupiter transit at this beginning, but we are going to have this retrograde. So we're going to be revisiting and going over a lot of the territory that these energies are pulling up. And for your second house, and your fifth house is your creation energy, right? So Venus, long retrograde, she loves being there. We've got the Three of Pentacles, my favorite card in the deck. This is about knowing your own mastery, right? This energy doesn't know its own mastery. It has it deep within it, but it's not clear. This is about knowing your own mastery, and not only that, but collaborating with other people or energies who are also bringing other things to the table and are also of that vibrational level of knowing themselves. And in so doing that, they're clearing away of a lot of that clutter and are able to then focus on creating something beautiful and long lasting. Like they're in a church, they are being held, they are creating something from a spiritual nature. Jupiter is very much linked into the guru, linked into the spiritual side of who we are, our sense of knowing and where we see ourselves in the world. And we've got this with the Page of Wands. So we've got this with how you value yourself, but also through knowing your own value. Sorry, I just have to pause. I've got something in my throat. Through knowing your own value, new opportunities are coming in. So the Page of Wands, she's in Leo in a fire sign. Pages heralding new opportunities. So again, linked into the more that you value yourself, the more the frequency that you put out that brings in opportunities to help you make money and help you manifest. And with this combination, this square combination between Venus and Jupiter, or Leo and Jupiter during this time, that Leo and Taurus, that's fixed energy, but squares bring in opportunities, bring in the ability to manifest in the 3D world and explore this new journey of this confidence. With the Page of Wands of heralding, you've got a lot of wand energy, a lot of passions, like focusing on what drives you, what gives you passion, and allowing space and having compassion for that and love for that, and realizing and turning that love inward to who you are, because these drives come from you. They are part of who you are. And I love that the page is coming up of saying, hey, we're going to bring in messages linked into when you're doing creative things, when you're working creatively with people, that you're going to help provide not only your own value, but opportunities in terms of work. What the sort of end energy of this for this particular part of the transit of Jupiter and Taurus is the King of Pentacles. This is big energy. This is Taurian energy. There's a bull here. There's abundance. The king knows what it's doing. The king is able to take action to create things in the 3D world. So that is your Taurus energy in the second house of feeling good about yourself, feeling that abundance, but the wisdom of the king of knowing what actions to take. And so Jupiter's helping bring in that energy. We are going to have a retrograde, so we're going to be able to revisit and go over and really integrate what's being seeded at this time with the King of Pentacles. Right, I am going to pull a couple of clarification cards. All the decks in the description box. Also, everything that I'm talking about will be there as well as a list of aspects that Jupiter's going to be making throughout this period. You might want to go check them out and then maybe write them in your diary and see what comes up around those times, because there's a lot of other stuff going on, but I'm just keeping it simple because this is a long transit video and just getting the sort of general energies environment, very Taurian energy of being comfortable in your environment, being comfortable in your physical form, your 3D form, your physical senses, and how that is going to cultivate this new journey, cultivate a sense of grounded understanding when you take the time to engage with your physical senses from a space of observation, from engage in a new way of looking at that dynamic with that full energy, moving away from the sort of limitations and heart space. As much as there's a lot of strength in the Three of Swords, it's bringing about triggers and traumas that we need to sit within our body and release that tension. As I said, check out that collective reading. I talk a lot more about how we can sort of apply the Jupiterian energy, just generally, not specific to that area of your chart, but feeling good in your physical body is important for Taurus. You know what you like, and you've been going through a lot to help change that and help understand what is important to you in the long term. You know, just wanting to go over to the happy Buddha. I talk about that. I've talked about that as well. And that's very much the full energy of just being very open and finding the joy in all the things. And it can be a practice that you might need to cultivate, but it's certainly. So we've got the past card. That, and I think the Justice card or the Star card wanted to come out. Let's see what they want to do with this card. So it's bringing up as a 3 of Swords. Yeah, you can see that. Okay, so the way that they stack them, they stack the 7 of Swords underneath the environment, which makes me think that being able to think from a different perspective is helping shift your environment, shift your frequency, and therefore shift your value system, of moving away from that stuck energy. As much as whatever's happened for that 3 of Swords to come up is still very much a part of your existence. It doesn't mean you can't free yourself of it. You're not diminishing that experience by allowing yourself to think in different ways. You know, Uranus is there as well. In Taurus, has been for a while. Perhaps those eclipses have brought in some difficulties that Jupiter is coming along to help bring wisdom and understanding to everything that's happened. Okay, I'm going to pull one more card, I think. We've got code, puzzles, synchronicities, coincidences. Oh, I meant to say, I meant to say in the introduction, I was digging in the garden using my hands. So I've washed my hands several times, but there's still dirt under the nails, just in case you're aware of that. It came from doing a very Taurian thing. So I was wanting to focus over coincidences. So it might be that just more things are going to crop up that are going to show you that you're on the right path, that you're doing the thing that you need to be doing, and just being aware of that and how that feels in your physical body. Intuition just flipped up. We do have Venus in Cancer dealing with the moon, so very much helping us understand our intuition, the roots of your intuition, for a particular part of this cycle. Let's do one more card from the numerology deck. Effort. It's okay, let's see what they want to do. It's felt like a lot of hard work, that what you've had to do, but you're coming out the other side with this sense of abundance. What they're wanting to do, they want that deck. Let's put this note. Yeah, once you put in the hard work, after a while things get easier, and just with that card cropping up, particularly with that 5 of Wands and the 7 of Wands, of perhaps just feeling that things aren't going forward, and not being aware of the strengths of who you are, and getting a bit swamped down by that energy. And it's been quite hard work to sort of plow through it. We're still in eclipse season. We're still feeling those eclipses. Events around those eclipses might not necessarily have manifested Love this. The Empress. Development, growth, abundance, productivity. So this is the Venus card, and so she's coming through and saying everything that you've been going through, everything that you've been doing, you're going to start seeing results. Right, I'm going to leave it at that there for you, Aries. I hope this resonated. If it did, hit that like button. Leave a comment, even if it's just an emoji. This helps push the algorithm out there. If anything resonated and you want to push that forward for it to be accessible to more people on a personal level, I would love to hear from you. I love chatting about the astro weather and seeing how it's showing up in other people's lives. Be good to yourself, Aries. Be good to those around you. And most importantly, be well until we meet again. Pisces, Pisces rising. How you doing, Pisces? For those of you just tapping into the Pisces energy and it's not your rising sign, look to where Pisces falls in your chart, the house that it's in, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that are coming through. But for Pisces rising, hello, hello, hello. You've got Taurus. I keep saying that. I keep saying Taurus before Jupiter. You got Jupiter in Taurus in your third house. This is the house of the goddess. This is where we bring our big picture philosophies from the ninth house into our day-to-day, being mindful and meaningful and acts of devotion, even if you're doing the washing up. But most importantly, well, not most importantly, it is the house of communication. It's the style in which you communicate. And it's also linked into your local community, the things you do on a day-to-day basis, as well as short distance travel, starting to learn something new, and your siblings. I focus more on it being the house of the goddess, how you embody yourself in your day-to-day, as well as how you communicate and the importance of having a open throat chakra. So Taurus rules the throat. My hand is now clicking over my throat. I have done a chakra activation and clearing and activation in the, I think it's part 1 of the Taurus new moon video, or part 2. If you want to go check that out, because as I said, Taurus rules the throat, and you have this in your third house of communication, so it's kind of fitting. And this is sextiling your Pisces energy, so you're both yin night signs. Love that coming through. You're both yin night signs, so this is about being receptive, taking time to consider everything, look into things with detail, being in that state of observation. There's a real, you're both bound by gravity. There's a real weight, and slow and steady wins the race. It's a very, very powerful force. And we're dealing with Taurus. This is a fixed earth sign. This is ruled by Venus and the moon, for those of you who didn't watch the introduction. Speaking of the introduction, I really recommend it, as well as the collective reading. This is a long-term transit, and it's pretty significant. This is the first time in 12 years that Jupiter's been in Taurus, and I talk about Taurus, I talk about Venus, the moon, Jupiter in way more depth, and what that might feel like and how that may show up for us collectively. So I really recommend checking out that reading. Also, totally forgot to mention in the introduction, I have got, you can see here, I've got dirt under my nails. I've washed my hands so many times, but I don't have any gardening tools, because I don't feel like I need them at the moment. And so I was digging in the ground with my hands. I've been growing vegetables, and now I've planted them outside over the weekend to sort of work through that incredible T-square that we had with Mars, Pluto and Jupiter. A lot of emotional stuff was coming up, and I felt very called to get outside and just work through it in mindful meditation. We can meditate in a state of movement, but also that my personal connection to the 3D world, to nature, to earth, was very, very prominent. So just wanted to highlight, in case you see them and you're like, oh, she's got dirty nails. Well, getting soil under your nails, working in the outside world, in nature, is actually as efficient as Prozac. I remember reading about that Prozac at the time had to kind of beat those studies where people had done like light gardening or something, Totally fascinating. So yeah, that's why yeah, it was a very, very Jupiter in Taurus energy for me over the weekend. But I wanted to highlight it. That's also an important thing of what this transit is for all of us, is embodying our physical senses and doing things that our physical body needs. It is our temple. It's ruled by Venus, so Jupiter moving through here is helping level up our pleasure senses and the things that we care about, the things that we like, the things that we appreciate and we value, which is very Venus energy. And also there's a simplicity, there's a solidness with that fixed earth energy of you know, we've all got preferences, we're all very subjective, but there's some universal truths in what brings us pleasure, right? So that can be very Taurian energy. And this is where in your third house of communication, so the physical body, your physical senses, is going to be very useful for you. This transit is leading up to the 12th of September. I'll do a separate transit video for when Jupiter goes retrograde, but this is kind of like, we're getting clues and understanding. Opportunities are going to come in. We're going to get a sense of just feeling a bit more ease in this area of our chart, but it's still, you know, Jupiter is linked into the guru, into the teacher, into the law, these kind of innate, broader, wider perspective principles. So we're going to be working through that a lot. And we're then going to revisit it all. So this is like the beginning part of the journey, but you would have seen some clues and hints come up during this time, but I feel for you for your communication and how this is all sextiling your Pisces energy of this free-flowing Venus aspect of creative energy, value, of appreciation, of a sense of love, of harmony, of bringing in, it's not just linked into social dynamics, but just this flow between you and how you communicate. And how you embody that, your first house, how you embody that in your actions and your deeds. So having Taurus in the third is about, sorry, I just had to pause to cough. It seems every time I do a Taurus transit, I get a bit of a sore throat and a cough. Throat chakra activation. So having Taurus in the third house is like expressing yourself through the energies of Venus and the moon, like intuition in your physical body, bringing pleasure and a sense of harmony in the way that you communicate. You know, Mercury is communication, but it's more like what we're the information in which that we are communicating, and the third house is the lens in which that is expressed. So Taurus, there's a slowness to Taurus, there's a steadiness, and there can be a stubbornness as well, guys. So Jupiter moving through here is helping provide, you know, sorry, I'm all over the place a bit. We've had the nodes. I'm a bit under the weather, so I'm all over the place just generally anyway, but when the mind is not necessarily on full throttle, it's like, whoa, smorgasbord of information barraging me. So we've had the nodes there for a while. And you've had eclipses, so you've been doing so much work already in this area of your chart, and now Jupiter is coming along in the sign of Venus, bringing some harmony, bringing some expansion, some wisdom, some elevation to the way that you communicate, and so those eclipse cycles will have helped break all the fixed sign energy across the board of like, wait a minute, we can change and it's okay, and what are we changing for in the long term? And so after all of that trauma, potentially, the chaotic energy, the dramatic energy of those eclipses, Jupiter's coming along going, hey guys, it's very generous, very open, very expansive. There's humor here. There's just more confidence, more ease, more flow, more grounded wisdom coming in with this transit. And the physical senses, I feel, in the way that you communicate is really important, of like clocking in and being aware of how your body feels about what it is that you might want to express. And the more that you kind of understand that and how you embody yourself in your actions and your deeds with that sextile to Pisces, the more that you're going to be able to expand and really ground down this long-term, solid, stable sense of beauty in what it is that you have to express. This is also linked into your day-to-day and what you're doing in your day-to-day, having more flow in the things that you're doing, being able to bring a sense of wisdom to those little things that you do, the places that you go, the kind of people that you interact with on a day-to-day basis. There's just a sense of flow and ease with Jupiter being there. Jupiter in the third house can also mean interacting with people in your local community that provide wisdom, provide support. So your natal chart both represents you, but also the outside world. And for the third house, because we're dealing with local community, and I've seen it in charts, this is when like guru-like figures, opportunities through, we're all teachers and we're all students, right? Opportunities in your day-to-day for people to come into your life. I always find when we're interacting with those teachers, it's a sense of remembering rather than finding out something new. It's where like it really sits in your soul, that those opportunities can come along to give you a sense of strength, can give you a sense of then acknowledging your own inner wisdom. Or, as I said, also finding ease in the things that you're doing on a day-to-day basis. You might feel inspired to start something new, start learning something new, to go on a new journey, taking lots of short distance trips. But these are all going to be kind of things that help you understand the truth of how you communicate. Even when we think we've got to a certain level and we think we've worked everything out, I've certainly noticed in my own experience that the universe will come along and provide little triggers, provide little traumas, or put you in a situation that you've been in before and see how you're going to respond to it. And Jupiter can test your faith, can test these things. And really give you a sense of what really matters. And so this could be that you think you've figured out the way that you communicate, and then something comes along and you feel a bit of a discourse, and you've got to sit with it and you've got to work with it. Jupiter helps provide those opportunities for expansion. It's not as hardcore as Saturn. Right, so but they're in cahoots with each other at all times. But Jupiter's, there's a little more ease, a little more flow. But I have seen with transits in Jupiter of just encountering people in your local community that are helping broaden your own understanding of your own inner guruhood. It's also wanting to communicate more, feeling very expansive, and that can be writing every day, doing things, all sorts of ways of communicating that there's a sense of, oh, I want to expand into that. I want to do that. We've had that North Node that's been activating that energy anyway, and now we've got more ease and flow. We're not dealing with eclipse energy, but now Jupiter's coming along to help provide some wisdom and learning. Right, so that was a lot, wasn't it? So because we're dealing with Taurus, which is ruled by Venus, we look to where Venus is for this part of the transit, and because whatever's going on with Venus is impacting the signs that she rules, and she rules Taurus. So Venus is currently in Cancer. This is in your fifth house. Venus loves being in the fifth house. It's her favorite place. This is the house of good spirits. This is where it's our creation energy. I really always tend to focus on the creation energy, but it's where we get our amusement and fun and play, the things that bring us joy. And actually, no, it's the house of joy, not the house of good spirits. Oh, speaking of Venus, oh, hey. It's linked into children, romance and short-term dating. And this is the way I look at it, is like Mars is the thing that motivates and gets us out of bed, whereas that fifth house is the thing that gives us a spring in a step, just makes it a little bit like, hey, I want to do this. But all kind of the reason why it's children is because, right, anything that we do, that we birth into this world, and that can be creative pursuits, which is why I focus on that creation energy, are like children that we put out into the world. So Venus moving through here, helping you get in touch with your intuition, helping bring some ease, some flow of like feeling good about yourself, doing the things that comfort you, doing the things that bring you a sense of joy. As I said, she loves being in this house. It's her favorite place to be. So this is all sextiling Taurus over in your third house of communication. So you're getting a sextile is an aspect of Venus. You're getting a lot of support from Venus of thinking creatively, finding appreciation and value in your creation energy, and how you're able to express that and communicate that from a place of wisdom, with Jupiter being there. What else? A sense of bringing in harmony, bringing that creation energy in harmony with how you speak. You know, the moon is also impacting, because we're dealing with Venus. I talked about this in the introduction, in Cancer. That's ruled by the moon. So we're getting a very holistic understanding of how we want to embody the way that we communicate and the wisdom that we want to share, in a very holistic way, because the moon's going to move through every sign, and that's impacting Venus, so therefore having an effect on Jupiter. So yeah, really lovely support between your creation energy and the way that you communicate and the things that you want to do. So that could crop up in all sorts of ways, but communication isn't just speaking, like it's our body language, it's the way that we move in the world. So, you know, all sorts of ways in which that can manifest, and Jupiter giving a sense of expansion and clarity to what it is that is important to us in the way that we express ourselves. So Venus will then move in for the rest of this part of the transit that I'm reading for into Leo. She'll be retrograding there as well. That's going to be a long transit. I will be doing a Venus transit in Leo at some point. And so this is your 6th house of work, health and routines. Having a Venus retrograde there can really help embody what's important to you, how you value yourself. That's health and routines, right? The physical body of what's important to us. How you work. So the 2nd house is what tools you have to make money, and then the 6th house is the mode in which you work. So working from a heart space, you know, the heart is ruled by Leo. So Venus being here, this is now squaring Taurus. Leo and Taurus square one another. So we've moved from a sextile, which is a Venus aspect, into a square, which is a Mars aspect. And Mars can bring about conflict, drama, and frustration, as well as competition of like needing to win. So usually when two energies can butt heads against one another, and it feels like neither party is going to back down. But once you integrate and get them to work together, squares bring in friction. We need friction to bring things into reality in this 3D linear time frame that we exist in. Is one of the main ways anyway. And so squares are big manifestation energy. So having moved through your creation energy and giving you a sense of understanding of how you communicate, now Venus is impacting Taurus from this house of how you work, how you're then going to apply that, how you're then through taking care of yourselves, getting your routines and your house. You know, a retrograde, we're rebooting of caring for your physical body, particularly because Taurus is your physical senses, of like being in more flow, committing to the work that you may need to do in order to be able to express yourself clearly, be able to communicate your wisdom now that your body's getting a little more care and attention in that health area of your chart. Getting those routines in line can also mean that your ability to express yourself at work is going to produce opportunities. Do bear with me when they like to do that. It's all part of the process. So, you know, helping bring in opportunities based off of how you're expanding in your 3rd house. You know, Venus in Leo's in conjunct your Pisces energy, so this can feel a little bit discordant. You know, not traditionally Leo and Pisces don't have things in common with one another, and we're dealing with a square between Leo and Taurus, that there might just be very unique and different ways of bringing things into being that might feel a bit cross-wired miscommunication to start off with. But through that retrograde, through that growth, I feel like real magic can come out the other side. Righto, so Jupiter rules Sagittarius and you, Pisces. So whatever's going on with Jupiter is impacting those areas of your life. And you have Sagittarius in your 10th house. This squares your Pisces energy, but this for you, Sagittarius, for Pisces rising, this is your life purpose. This is your career. This is your reputation, how the big outside world sees you. This is also bosses if you are working underneath someone. So this Jupiter transit and how you communicate is impacting and leveling up as well as your life purpose. Opportunities may come up that are manifesting via these signs and these other houses. So maybe going on short distance trips, bring in people into your life through the way that you're communicating with your wisdom, that bring in an opportunity to help you understand your life purpose, understand where you're heading in your career, whether that's leveling up wherever you're at or changing direction. These are things that could crop up because not only is Jupiter leveling up these areas of your chart, but themes of those houses tend to crop up no matter where Jupiter is. Also Pisces, you. And so, you know, Jupiter is impacting Saturn. So there's as much as you got Saturn moving through the first, it's in a Jupiter based sign. So there's a sense of just a little bit more ease than perhaps or the Saturn moving through Capricorn and Aquarius. This is your first house. This is how you embody yourself, embody your sun or your moon in your actions and your deeds. This is your body, your vitality. This is you, right? So we've got a real focus on this expansion of your voice based on how you embody yourself. So not only is it sextiling that Taurus energy, but it is also ruled by Jupiter. So there's this sense of support in getting you to be you, and providing opportunities to reconnect to that. And then that's having an impact on what is your life purpose, what is the direction you want to head in, how are you leveling up wherever you're at, and how, you know, that comfort level is just expanding. That desire for growth, that evolution, that expansion of Jupiter is very present wherever Jupiter is. And there's always a real, at the end of the transit, more ease and flow with whatever area of your chart that's in. So yeah, really, after all those eclipses, you've got Uranus there, which has been helping you be more authentically yourself, and now Jupiter's bringing some wisdom in. We've just had, you know, Venus was in there. We've still got Mercury there in retrograde. It's still kind of in its shadow period, so not everything's coming to fruition just yet. Also, the Jupiter retrograde will be the same degrees of that Mercury retrograde. So, you know, for some of us, it might mean that whatever went on with that Mercury retrograde isn't necessarily going to come into fruition for a bit because of the Jupiter retrograde, which is really going to re-embed whatever happened. But anyway, I will talk more about that in the Jupiter retrograde series that I'm going to do. Right. Yeah, so I've talked about how Venus is in Cancer and Leo for this part. So we've also got for a lot of Venus's journey in Leo, she will be in shadow and then she will be retrograde. So this is a time of contemplation. This is a time of going inward and revisiting things. That was very clear in the collective reading, that we are setting foundations. Jupiter is a very forward-thinking planet. You know, we're starting cycles here. Opportunities come up. Wherever Jupiter is, whatever sign it's in, opportunities will come up that then sort of set in gear the next 12 years. So, you know, there's a lot more longevity in Saturn and Jupiter, as well as the outer planets, than there are perhaps in, you know, the Sun, Mercury, Venus, the Moon, and Mars, right? These are very personal planets. It's not that they don't have that frequency, they very much do, but they're because they cycle through the zodiac a lot quicker. There's a quicker evolution, so there's the time frame is a little shorter, and everything's all part of the vast tapestry of existence. I'm not diminishing them, but just be aware that like what's happening here can provide a lot of abundance and a lot of fruitfulness, but it is also focusing more on the long term of what's going on. Sorry, I just had to pause. I've got a bit of a cough at the moment. Yeah, so Venus is mostly going to be either in shadow or retrograde. So I'm going to have to pause again because I need to drink of water. Sorry about that, guys. Right, so yeah, Venus is going to be mostly retrograde. And we're dealing up until, where is it? The 11th of July, we're dealing with a lot of nodal energy because Jupiter's going to be within 10 degrees of the nodes. So the nodes exaggerate things and make things bigger. So there's a lot of expansiveness happening at the first half of this journey. We've also got a lovely sextile with Saturn on the 19th of June. Do they want that one? Yeah. I'll put all, as I said, I put all of this in the description box, and there's lots of different aspects, and so if you want to check that out, because I know this is a lot of information that's just gone in, and I'm going to put all the aspects that I feel like might have an impact. Well, can do. So check out the description box if you want to know the more nuanced details of this transit. So it's going to be 4 piles, and the first pile is sort of Jupiter's energy. Second pile is Jupiter with Venus in Cancer. Third pile is Jupiter and Venus in Leo, and then the final pile is like what's sort of cultivating and moving forward. So that's kind of everything that I wanted to say. I'm going to keep shuffling until the energies put the deck down. And then this is when I'm quiet. Well, I haven't been so far. This is you when I'm quiet. So you've had a lot of information. This is a time of integration, of letting it all digest into your subconscious. There's a lot going on. See what intuitive hits come up for you with everything that's been said. You know, we've had Jupiter here for over a week now, just over a week. And often when planets enter a sign, there's a lot of potency about what the whole transit's going to look like, little clues and little whispers. It's all different for everybody's chart, but I certainly noticed around the beginning of the transit that people were a lot more smiling, a lot more engaging. There's just a sense of a bit more ease of us being in the 3D world, which is very much what Jupiter's going to help us draw in for us collectively on a personal level. And so you might want to look back to the beginning of the transit, which was on the 16th of May, 16th, 17th of May, those first couple of days, and see what cropped up for you. It'll be different for everybody. Sometimes with transits I don't get anything come through, like you just gotta see, observe. This is a time for being in observation. This is a time of cultivation, of learning and of understanding, and really trying to embody those Jupiterian aspects. Jupiter might mean in the 3rd house that you want to talk quite a lot and want to go everywhere, want to do lots of things. The expansiveness can go, it can be a little bit too much in one direction. And I just want to highlight the sort of potential negative aspects of that just be mindful of this, some of the qualities of Jupiter that might overtake, and if they do, they're here to help you understand and learn. I've certainly been engaging in that a lot the last couple of days of just seeing all the different frequencies come and express themselves. Right, so this is when I'm quiet. The energies are going to move the cards around into the piles that they need to be in. And this is a time of integration, so do bear with me in this stillness, and afterwards I will begin engaging in explaining the tarot in relation to what's going on. So the first part, as I said, this is about what's going on with Jupiter, just in general. And we've got the two cards that are wanting to come up first are the the Ten of Swords in reverse and the Two of Wands, with all the other cards crossing them. So the Ten of Swords in reverse is, for me, it's very much linked into resurrection. So this is a completion phase. If you notice, all the swords are along the spine. This is often where we've got a lot of karmic issues, a lot of stuck energy. And in reverse, all the swords fall out. So, upright, this is a sense of betrayal. This is a sense of feeling immobilized. So I'm just gonna have to pause again. A sense of just being stuck in a space. And interestingly, that it's swords that what other people may have said may have blocked your own form of communication, right? And also, again, with all those eclipses of moving through karmic energy and being able through that, even though it was difficult, because if you notice, like upright, the sun is about to rise. You're moving out of that darkness, and with that we've got the Two of Wands. So getting the lay of the new land. So tens, as I said, they mark completion. That once you're, and also sometimes when it's in reverse, sometimes the messages that come through, this is internal. This is an internal resurrection. Our way of communicating is very much an internal space. That having gone through all of that, we've now got the layer that we've got the Two of Wands, which is about getting the lay of the land, this new space that you're in, getting really comfortable and understanding this new dynamic. The Two of Wands is a very big manifestation energy, but it's not necessarily about taking action now. This is about cultivation and exploration in this space where you're not in this state of movement. And we've got Venus, hello, the Empress, we've got the Lovers, we've got the Moon, and we've got the Four of Pentacles. So we've got this sense of Jupiter's bringing in this energy while you're cultivating this. While I feel like this card is key, even though it's not major arcana. It's like taking your time to readjust to the new dynamic. And we've got Venus, coming in with this sense of, I want you to feel good. I want you to feel abundant. And it's going to maybe take a little while to get to that space. For those of you, this might not be resonating, you might be feeling really good already, but whatever I'm saying, like apply it to where you're at and as if this is evolving and growing. And with the Empress, we have the Lovers card. The Lovers is about being able to make decisions long term based on the information that you're collecting. And so with this, it's like, okay, you're getting the lay of the land, you're understanding how you want to express yourself. What it also, you notice here, there's like a community here as well. It's like through that knowing of your own voice, of like how you want to be in the outside world. What kind of community do you want to be in? Jupiter can bring a restlessness of wanting to find a community that is bringing you a sense of what is true to your essence, the truth of who you are, the wisdom of who you are. And with that, Lovers of Jupiter wanting, through this, you're discovering how to feel good. And so with Jupiter in Taurus, I felt like we're leveling up that pleasure principle. And with the Lovers, it's about making decisions that serve you, as I say, long term, rather than that immediate gratification. So still feeling good, but doing that from a place of, okay, I understand all the different parts and how I can then be able to, okay, they wanted me to move on to the Moon. So we've got the Moon coming in here. This is your card, Pisces. And this is about, for me, I'm getting through those physical senses of working through. That's a way your intuition can come through. And that is another way that we communicate. Okay, sometimes just stopped the energies midway, and then they had a bit of a reaction. So this Lovers card, this Gemini energy, for me is like the integration of all the parts of ourselves in order to make a decision. Your physical body getting to understanding, communicating with it, looking to your intuition, looking to this stillness, this slowness of re-engaging with the subtle body. And this is the journey that we're heading on. And with crowning this energy is the Four of Pentacles. I like this card. A lot of readers read this as like holding on to things and not wanting to let go. And yes, often with the collective readings that comes up for me, but on a personal level, this is about power. This is about knowing your own power, the strength you have in how you communicate, the knowing that you this pentacles, this is physical, this is the 3D realm power of that harmonization of that body, your senses all coming together in order to help you be able to channel and express in the way that is part of what your makeup, your foundations, that natal chart of having Taurus in the third house of it takes a while to mature, but once you get there, there's real power and strengths in there that Jupiter's trying to it will be bringing in, of that innate knowing of your own strength and foundations. So we have for Venus in Cancer, which is in your 5th house of creation energy, and how that is affecting how you communicate. Got the Devil, we've got the 8 of Pentacles, got the Knight of Cups. Love this combination, right? So the Devil is often linked into addiction, things that bind us, that weigh heavy on us. There's also great power with the Devil card. This is Capricorn. Capricorn is the sea goat and the mountain goat. It's able to traverse any terrain, works very hard. There's power with the Devil, right? But this is with that creation energy of Venus moving through there, of using that power, those things, those pleasures that we have, in a way that is facilitating rather than limiting, and that, so enjoying how do I express this? We've got the 8 of Pentacles, which is about enjoying the process of your existence. It's you are both master and learner at the same time, master and teacher. And I'm really enjoying the satisfaction of heading to a space that nourishes you, but you're also aware of the journey that nourishes you at the same time. So this 5th house with the 6th house of your communication, traumas may have blocked you that are coming up in your creation energy that have impacted how you express yourself. We're dealing with this journey of things taking time, of cultivating, of learning. Venus moving through here is helping you understand what it is that you're here to learn and how it is to master this. And crowning it, we've got the Knight of Cups. So being able to look with an open heart, to defend yourself with an open heart, to be able to move forward. Knights are in a state of movement, that this serenity, this creative energy of Venus being in Cancer, the sextile to Jupiter, between Taurus and Cancer, of yes, there are difficulties. Yes, there are troubles. Yes, there are powerful energies that we can get swept away by. But we're bringing in a new way of engaging with it. We're being open to the journey of exploring those things, and how without this, we wouldn't get to here. Like, this takes effort, this takes work, this takes struggle, and without those traumas that may have blocked the way that you communicate, you haven't been able to refine and cultivate your own unique way of expression. With the Knight of Cups crowning it, I love this, of healing the wounds. Venus and Jupiter are helping smooth over, helping you be a bit more, very romantic, this energy of there's just a sense of love and compassion and understanding of where you're now headed, and now what you're doing and how you're able to express that. I really like that combination, because we all suffer with the devil energy, but there's real power and strength there that we can bring together. There's that passion of the existence that I like how that's come up with the Eight of Pentacles, which is like willing to put in the hard work, willing to contemplate, to look at things, and with the Knight of Cups of being able to look at those things from a perspective that isn't holding you back, that isn't limiting you, with a sense of ease and flow. We've got for Venus in Leo and Jupiter in Taurus. We've got the King and Queen of Wands. Hello. Very fire energy, along with the Magician and the Three of Cups. Quite a very powerful combination here. And this is in your 6th house of work, impacting your 3rd house of communication. As I said, this is very inspiring energy, and with communion. Like, so we've got the King and Queen of Wands. They're about passion, they're about direction. We've got the Magician, which is the Mercury sign, so which is the Mercury card, which is how we collect that information. It's also the energy of communication. It's just a different aspect of that communication, but very potent. This is turning up here. With the Three of Cups, you're in harmony, you're in flow. The way that you work is in flow. You've got a lot of power and determination to take action. This is square energy, fire energy. They want to do things, they want to get up and go. The Mercury is also about taking action, cultivating, seeing what works, trying things out. Yes, this is a time of cultivation, a time of learning, but we learn through doing as well. Like being all like, yin night signs isn't about not taking action. It's just about being just taking in the environment a little bit more before exploring things. But I love that this is coming up with that retrograde, so it's really bringing in very powerful, creative, autonomous energy, knowing you have the resources, bringing in the energy of knowing you have the resources in order to embody your work, and how you communicate that. Opportunities coming up in your local community, they're going to affect how you look at your health and how you look at your routine. We then have very, very powerful energy for how this energy is cultivated during this time and how it's moving forward. We are going to have a retrograde, but this is we've got the Sun, we've got the Ten of Pentacles, we've got the Emperor. This is long-term legacy, vitality, strength, joy, wisdom of the Emperor. This sense of, the King of Kings, like you being able to see the clarity and vision of what you have to communicate, what you're expressing, what you're cultivating at this moment is long-term legacy. This is about bringing the spiritual and mundane together, and the actions that you're taking, what's being seeded at this time, is facilitating not only yourself but your community, right? So the Sun, there's joy with the Sun card. It's a positive card, but it's also the main word I'm getting through is clarity. I'm feeling like clarity in the way that you communicate that is serving you in the long term from a space of wisdom. This is what is being seeded at this time. This is what is being cultivated, and this retrograde is really going to help you go inward. Jupiter in retrograde, you are then really you're very open to questioning everything rather than taking things on blind faith. So what's being seeded at this time, you're then going to get to revisit and go over and revise and really harness and refine during that retrograde. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards. All the decks are in the description box, as well as the information that I may have mentioned this already. The information that I've talked about, all the aspects Jupiter's going to make, the main ones. There'll be loads of others, but the key ones that I picked out will be in the description box. Got karmic completion. I'm not surprised with that Ten of Swords. It's a very karmic card. This card is a 10, that there is a clearing, what this energy is moving forward. So this is the sort of general energy, right? So this is filtrating through all of these other piles, that there is through this journey a sense of release, a sense of perhaps your light, your voice being blocked, and that clarity not being able to come through in the same way. My hands are now just clicking around my throat chakra and down to my heart, wanting to go to the happy Buddha. Right, one more. Relationship change. Interesting. I feel like this is the relationship in the way that you communicate. Just wanting to go there. That was it. Over here is a candle that I've used for the Venus transits. You know, Venus does link into relationships, so dynamics. I'm focusing more on communication. This could be someone coming into your life from your local community, but that would be more for a personal reading where I focus on that. It's just, I like to focus on the individual because it's all, you know, that's the most consistent thing in your life, and everyone's got different charts. And but for some of you, this could be a dynamic that comes into your life that is shifting the way that you understand what it is that you want to express, right? So sometimes we meet people and we feel something shift within us where we're like, oh no, but that energy, the way that energy is combined, that feels really good, the way that we're communicating, and I that feels very natural to me. And sometimes people come along to help activate parts of who we are. As I said, we're all students, we're all teachers, because we're dealing with the third house, which is your local community, that it could very much be that, as I said, Jupiter can show up as people coming into your life that provide wisdom or just help you remember your own innate wisdom and therefore your own innate ability to communicate from source. Right, I'm going to pull, this is the First Light Tarot deck. Let's see what card wants to come out for you here. Emotion, control of self. Interesting. With that 10 of Swords, that can be very heavy, very emotional, can pull you down. And again, the Venus dynamic and the moon dynamic of Taurus, that there can be elements of that where we can lean to one way or another, and that Jupiter moving through here is not only leveling up that area of our life, but facilitating the growth of how the moon is treated in that sign, how Venus is treated in that sign, of bringing things in. You know, there's a lot of wisdom here, there's a lot of longevity with Jupiter. Right, one more card and then I'm going to wrap it up, because for regulars, you know that I can keep on going sometimes, and my aim was to get these readings a little shorter, but it still seems like I'm doing about an hour for each reading, so there we go. But this is a big transit, so we are where we are. Right, final message. Okay, they're wanting to do a final message from here. Spirituality. You know, Jupiter is very much linked into the guru, into the teacher, into God, however you want to phrase it, that wisdom, that sense of a bigger perspective, that moving through the third can help you connect to that or elevate the dynamics that you have with it. So yeah, interesting for that to come up. Right, Pisces, I hope this resonated. If it did, hit that like button. You can leave a comment, even if it's just an emoji. All of these things help push the algorithm further. So as I said, if this resonated and you want to put that resonation energy out into the world, there are things that you can do to help the algorithm on a personal level. I would love to hear from you. I love chatting about the astro weather, seeing how it's showing up in people's lives. I just find it continually fascinating. So yeah, if you feel so inclined, I'd love to hear from you. But other than that, be good to yourself, Pisces. Be good to those around you, and most importantly, be well until we meet again. Aquarius rising. How you doing, Aquarius? For those of you tapping into the Aquarius energy and it's not your rising sign, look to where Aquarius falls in your chart, the house that it's in, and apply the themes of that house to the messages that come through. But for Aquarius rising, this transit of Jupiter is happening in your 4th house. This is squaring your Aquarius energy. So Taurus and Aquarius are fixed signs. They square one another. This is an aspect of Mars. It can bring up conflict, drama, frustration, competition, winning at all costs. This is usually when it's not integrated. This is when two energies think they're right and they're butting heads against each other in that sort of 90-degree angle. But the other side of Mars and the square aspect is friction. We need friction in order to create in this 3D linear time frame that we are currently very much aware of. It's one of the ways that we do it. So big manifestation energy. But as I said, like for all the fixed signs, this can bring up a little bit more drama. Jupiter can question your faith in things in order for you to get a more cohesive understanding, an elevated understanding of who you are and what it is that you want. And so this is in the 4th house for you, Aquarius rising. 4th house is your roots, your foundations. It's the structure of who you are. It's at the bottom of your natal chart, the root of who you are. It's linked into your ancestors, your lineage, your parents. There can be trauma here in the 4th house. Hello. Hello, trauma. Well, it's not trauma exactly. It's a difficult card. Anyway, so there's words. So yeah, links into your parents. It's also the roof over your head and the things that you do in private. Jupiter moving through here, but Jupiter wants to bring wisdom. The more inner wisdom that we have, the more wisdom that we have about our surroundings, the more that changes our frequency, which is why Jupiter's linked into opportunities and abundance. There's a generosity and expansive nature of Jupiter that's helping level up each sign that it moves through. This is starting a new 12-year cycle. Sorry, when they're clapping quite loudly, I will pause because I do appreciate you might not necessarily hear clearly what I'm trying to say. Just have to bear with me when this happens. As I said in the introduction, the energies like to do what it is that they need to do, and they can be quite determined in that. Right, so my hands have now just gone over my heart chakra. So where was I? So it's, the roof over your head, the things that you do in private. So Jupiter moving through here. Again, I was talking about Jupiter, wasn't I? This is a yes planet. It's the great benefic. It wants to provide support and inspiration. As I said, wisdom is what helps bring in new opportunities, a sense of feeling good about that area of your life. So that sense of luck, you're in your flow, you're more confident. Jupiter transits will level up that sign. As I said, starting a new 12-year cycle. So it's going to be different for everybody. Sometimes opportunities come up during this time. And if they do, as I said, it's instigating a new cycle that you've been, we've closed out the old cycle from, I think it was summer 2011 to 2012 was the last time Jupiter was in that sign. So do look to that time. I talk about that in the collective reading. For those of you who haven't watched it, I really do recommend it. I talk about the main themes of both Venus and the moon, who have strong power in Taurus, influencing Jupiter, what Jupiter means in Taurus. Really lovely reading. So I do really recommend it. I go into a lot more detail that I won't be doing here in these all 12 signs readings. Also, the introductions for each of the parts, I tend to bring in different themes, and it just helps give you a more nuanced understanding of what may turn up in your life and how to work with that energy. So sometimes the energies move the cards around midway through flow. Usually I leave it till the end to let them do what they need to do. Right. Sorry guys, the energies are being a bit loud. We are and I feel it in my physical body, right? So it's making me think about Taurus. I have Taurus in the 10th house. and a lot of changes that happened in that area of life. But it made me think about how Taurus is very much your physical body, your physical senses. It's not how you emotionally connect things, but how your body feels. So when I channel, I don't necessarily have an emotional connection to what's going on. Always, it's more just a sense, a felt sense of what's going on. So how does that relate to you? So Jupiter moving through this sign is helping you get more in your body. Do they want those cards? That was the Two of Cups and the Chariot. We'll see if they come out. Sometimes that happens. Getting more wisdom and understanding of your roots and your foundations and how that feels in your physical body. I've said for almost all the rising signs, like regardless of whether this is falling in your chart, which is why I talk about it in the collective reading, like Jupiter in Taurus really wants you to feel good in your 3D environment. Regardless of what's going on in the world, there's this sense of expanse, there's a sense of generosity to this physical, this personal physical connection that we have with the earth, with our 3D realm, with our senses, with our body. And so you've got Taurus in your 4th house. So this need for feeling good in your home, this sense that, you know, it's ruled by Venus, and the moon has a strong prominence here of what feels good for you, having a sense of harmony, knowing what it is that you like. And wanting to, as I say, feel good in your home, feel connected to your home space through a sense of love, through a sense of creativity, and but going back to your ancestors and your roots and the trauma linked around parents, right? No matter what they do, they're going to mess us up. That's part of their job, and you often find a lot of trauma in the 4th house, so Jupiter moving through here, having had all those eclipses, right? We've got the North Node there. We've been striving for harmony. We've been striving for peace, for more of a simple dynamic in our home lives. And we've had a lot of changes happening. You've had a lot of changes with those eclipses in your 4th house. And so now Jupiter's coming along and bringing wisdom and support and elevation to all of those eclipses. So we're moving away from very intense energy that may have felt a bit chaotic, a bit disruptive, to there's now this flow, this ease, and more clarity and understanding, and having wisdom about all those changes. You may be feeling more good in your home life, wanting to spend more time at home. Finding wisdom and understanding with your parent dynamic, helping clear out and bring cohesion to any ancestral links, trauma links or bonds that you have with your ancestors, with your lineage that are coming through, and being more cohesive in who you are and how you embody that. Like, you know, Jupiter is the guru, is the wisdom, is the law, and all of these things are sort of big picture perspectives. How are we getting a more cohesive understanding about what it is that we need from our home, getting a real strength of opportunities in having strong foundations, providing a sense of expansion in the home, right? So for Jupiter transit in the 4th, being able to be the more adult in the room, at home, and how you're just able to move more with flow in your home life, doing the chores, those sorts of things. It can mean moving home or wanting to expand your home, but just generally getting a real sense of grounded wisdom of the roots of who you are, a sense of what is the word that I want to say, or has it all gone completely? I do apologize. I am still suffering a little bit from a bit of a cough and a bit of a head cold. This seems to happen every time I do a transit video for Taurus. Taurus rules the throat, so it's also the neck as well, the strength of holding our head up, and that pivot point in our body, but also most importantly is the throat chakra. Oh, hello Jupiter. The throat chakra. I just had an energetic release going on that with the Ace of Swords. What was I saying? Oh, the throat chakra. So sometimes this can mean in the fourth house that your throat chakra has been blocked, that you haven't been able to express yourself, having domineering parents, having parents that may emotionally take up a lot of space. All of these things may have been difficult to access from a place of pleasure. That Jupiter, as I said, that after those eclipses, with Jupiter being there, like there's a real sense of expansiveness, of being at peace in your home after this transit ends. Like sometimes this is going to manifest in different areas of your life, this different time frames for each of you. Like opportunities can show up during this time, and they are, as I said, starting a new cycle that are seeding you in the long term. It's also, it may take a little while for you to understand and get to grips with this energy. Also, Jupiter can bring out tests of faith in order to really help you expand from a nuanced perspective. Across the board, every time end of a Jupiter transit in a sign, there's just more ease in that area of your life, and it's different scales for all of us. We're all at different points in our lives, but this is, you're getting your roots, the foundations of who you are. There's a sense of wisdom and a cohesion of bringing all the parts together and feeling good in your body during this transit. As I said, you might be wanting to spend more time at home, a sense of ease flowing in here, a reconnection to your ancestors, to spending time in the garden if you've got a garden, or just be in your private space, spending a bit more time in nature. I would really recommend that. Spending time when you're at home, just seeing how things feel in your body, not how you emotionally connect to them. How do you feel about it? What's the body trying to tell you during this time? I think is really important to help get the messages and understanding and wisdom through from Jupiter. Right, because we're dealing with Taurus, we look to Venus, because Venus rules Taurus, and wherever Venus is going to be impacting Taurus and bringing up nuances of how this Jupiter transit is going to affect you and show up in your life. So Venus currently for you is in Cancer, which is the 6th house of work, health and routines. This can be a bit of a difficult house, but Venus is helping, after the motivation of Mars, helping you bring some harmony to truly tapping into your intuition about how you want. So the 6th house is, so the second house is how you make your money, right? The mode in which you make your, like the tool you have to make your money. For you, this is Pisces, actually, which I will be talking about, which is Jupiter. There's this sense of bringing wisdom, this sense of compassion with Pisces. However, the 6th house is the mode in which you operate in work. So very nourishing, very nurturing, very caring energy, tapping into your intuition, tapping into memories, tapping into how you feel emotionally, connect to work being very important. And so Venus moving through here, and this is sextiling the Taurus energy. So a sextile is an aspect of Venus bringing creative energy, sense of appreciation, love, value, harmony. Venus moving through there, making you feel good about how you work, helping you with ease, bring in routines, helping you bring love to how you nourish and heal yourself in terms of health. And all of this is impacting those roots and foundations, right? So how does that show up? So this ability to work in a way that is facilitating those roots. A sense of creatively looking at work and how that's affecting your private life, and getting those into balance. And seeding that energy to get that into balance. What else? Just the ease that you're feeling at home is going to help with whatever health issues may be cropping up. Again, being able, we got Uranus there in Taurus, helping you think differently about how to interact with your health and your work and your routines. Just getting a more, as I said, because you're feeling more comfortable at home, this is impacting your ability to work in a way that is more supportive and flowing for you in the long term. But yeah, Venus, that drive of who you are. That drive of who you are in your work, that getting a sense of value and appreciation at work, that is seeding that energy of, right, this is what we want at the roots and foundations. We want to be appreciated. We want to be valued. And this is important. And then bringing that value into yourself, particularly because that's linked to where Pisces is, which I will bring that in. Venus will then move into Leo, and will be there for the duration of the time frame that I'm reading this for. This is from the 16th of May to the 12th of September, and she'll be in Leo and she'll be retrograding there. And so she's there for a while, and this is in your 7th house of your one-to-one relationships. This is the house of other. It opposes the house of self. I will be doing a Venus transit for this. And this is your business, work, and friendship, your intimate relationships, and how these, what kind of energy shows up in that way, and how you show up in those one-to-one relationships. Venus doing a retrograde. This is revisiting. This is a reboot. This is a regeneration of those dynamics. And this is now squaring Jupiter. So Leo and Taurus are fixed energy. You are fixed energy, Aquarius. So you're going to be having a T-square between what's going on with Venus in Leo, opposite your Aquarius energy, and this is all going to be funneling down into Jupiter, down into the 4th house, which is also another fixed sign. So this square energy coming in with Venus, as I said, so the same kind of energy that I described between Jupiter and Aquarius. This can bring up conflict, can bring up drama, but what it's doing is trying to let you know what needs to change, let you know what you need to hold on to, what's important to you in the long term. And Venus moving through there is a revisitation, a revamp in the dynamic, in what kind of intimate relationships you want, how you want your work relationships to be, how you want your friendships to be, how you want to be valued in your intimate relationships. And this is all feeding in that square energy of bringing things into fruition based on this kind of growth and understanding that you're exploring in your home life. Venus is like, right now, sometimes, so the intimate relationships, that 7th house, can really impact how our foundations are. So this revamp in the 7th house is feeding that strength of growth and expansion and cohesion that Jupiter is doing, moving through your 4th. So lovely, potent energy, potent fixed sign energy. It's Venus transits, Venus retrogrades can bring people back into your life from the past. This may be in order to show you how you've grown, or it might bring back in a connection, work, friendship, or business. Work, friendship, or romantic, that is actually really significant to you. That would be more something that comes up in a personal reading, if I was going to talk about that in depth. But I want to keep it general. This is like the inner work of you reassessing with that Venus transit of what is of importance to you, what is of value, how you want to interact, what kind of love dynamic, and that's not just limited to romantic relationships, loving your business partners, loving your friendships, and how that's feeding into the roots and foundations of who you are, your dynamics with your parents, your dynamics with the people that you live with. And really getting it to a space of, no, what is it that you need, what it is that you really want, and how they're both, the benefics, Venus and Jupiter. So I don't see it being too much conflict or too much drama. And if it does, it will pass quickly. They're really trying to get you to value yourself and see the innate wisdom within you. Right, so that's the Venus aspect of it. So those themes may crop up during Jupiter's transit that are linking back into your fourth house. And we have, because we're dealing with Jupiter, well, the signs that Jupiter rules will be affected, and themes may come up linked into those signs. So Jupiter for you rules your 11th and your second house. So Sagittarius is your 11th house. This is your hopes and dreams. This is the friends, groups and alliances, so big groups. This is also reaping the benefits of your 10th house. It's a very lucky house. It's the house of good spirits. And so Jupiter in the fourth is the stronger foundations you have that are based on your soul's journey and who you are, the essence of who you are. Is facilitating you being able to open up your hopes and your dreams, bringing in communities that are important to you, facilitating, benefiting from your career and your life purpose of your 10th house. And so it might be that you overexpand. Let me try and think of an example of this. That through you might be spending more time at home contemplating your hopes and your dreams, feeding wisdom into them. We're going through this learning phase, this beginning part, then we're going to retrograde and then go like have a bit more momentum moving forward, because we're going to revisit a lot of the degrees. Jupiter's retrograde 5 to 15 degrees of Taurus is the exact same of the Mercury retrograde, so we've done a lot of going over of this space, and now you're going to be in more contemplation and just a bit more busy and more expansive around the home, that's linked into helping you understand your true hopes and dreams. Also, perhaps having groups of people round, and through that being able to find wisdom at home, because you have people you're talking, you're enjoying, you're sharing knowledge at home. That could be for some of you. Also, Pisces is ruled by Jupiter, and that is your second house of values, and I sort of brought that up earlier about how this is how you it's your resources, it's how you value yourself, what it is that you value, how you make money, the tools in which you have to make money, and that's so that sense of wisdom and expansiveness and generosity that's there, and how you manifest. So spending time by yourself, being in meditation, being in nature, being in your physical body can help bring clues and understanding and wisdom about how to manifest, how to bring in money, what's important to you, what your values are, and how, most importantly, how you value yourself. This is all being supported with a sextile, just saw the Hierophant card there, so we'll see if that one wants to come out, with a sextile with Saturn, which is longevity. You've got Saturn moving through Pisces, having a Jupiter ruled second house. Both Sagittarius and Pisces can in different ways just mean, so with Pisces it's more kind of like your money disappears and you don't know where it's gone. With Saturn moving through there, you're getting more strength and understanding of that, and with that combination of Jupiter in the fourth impacting that house, of getting those strong foundations, feeling good about your foundations. Just, there's, as I said, more of an ease, more of a comfort in your private life, in your home. So for like up until the 11th of July, Jupiter's going to be within 10 degrees of the north node and within 10 degrees opposing the south node. So there's very potent energy. Nodes exaggerate things, so you're going to feel like a real drive and momentum during this time, and getting a lot of clues and a lot of understanding, perhaps opportunities coming up. As I said, you might move home with Jupiter in the fourth, or at least feel like you need to expand through things that bring you joy and bring you pleasure, that Venus element of Taurus, of connecting to the things that you like in just a more wisdom. Jupiter's leveling up that Venus element. Sometimes we can lean into the pleasure principle in a way that isn't nourishing to us in the long term. Everything in moderation, including moderation. And like Jupiter moving through here, like I talked about a lot with Jupiter moving through Aries, Aries, of leveling up that Aries area of our chart when we're moving away from being needing to be right, needing to be all those every sign has unintegrated principles, and Taurus can be just like it can get a bit fixed, a bit fixated on the things that it likes, and I feel like Jupiter's helping expand the possibilities, being open to different things without losing yourself. I'm just looking there. I'm going to list in the description box all of the aspects that are happening, that sort of the main big ones that Jupiter's making between now and the 12th of September. I'm not pulling cards for each aspect. There are 4 piles. The first pile is the sort of general energy of Jupiter in Taurus. The second pile is Venus in Cancer and that dynamic with Jupiter. Third pile, Venus in Leo and that dynamic. And then the final pile is sort of how all of this energy is pulling together in order to go through into that retrograde. Yeah, I think that's kind of everything that I wanted to be. Oh, Venus will be retrograde and in shadow. She'll be in shadow from the 19th of June. So we've got what's the date today? We've got a couple of weeks before she goes into shadow. So again, like the main sort of theme of all of this is we're dealing with yin night signs. So this is about observation. This is about cultivation, contemplation, taking your time with things, and seeing what you draw towards you, seeing what comes up and being in observation of it. And with that Venus retrograde, this will be a time when we will be revisiting and going over a lot of ground with Venus, and that retrograde energy and shadow energy will be going into Jupiter. So it's not all go but I've just noticed, like I recommend checking out, like, so Jupiter's been in Taurus since the 16th of May. Go back to and think about what happened on the 16th, 17th, 18th of May, and see what sort of energy was lying around, what sort of cropped up. So when planets move into a sign, they can often sort of herald in the kind of feeling that the sort of end result's going to be. Or opportunities that may come up. Remember, this is starting a new 12-year cycle this is a long-term cycle. Rather than the sort of the immediacy of the Mercury, Moon, Sun, Mars and Venus aspects that are very much the personal planets. Jupiter and Saturn are the social planets. So what they're trying to teach and expand, not only help us, but help society. So there's this sense of longevity and connection that is by facilitating your growth and your space, you are facilitating the community as well. The personal planets have that too, but the sort of main priorities of Jupiter and Saturn are for those long-term legacy goals and are really helping us seed this energy that's going to then impact the next 12 years of that of your chart. It doesn't mean there isn't movement and flexibility, but just to let you know, like, that opportunities can show up very prominently in right at the beginning, or they may take a little while. Like, it's all going to be dependent on your chart. I just don't want you to feel left out if like nothing's happened. There's no way you're coming away from a Jupiter transit where you're not going to feel supported by that planet in that area of your life. It just is going to affect everybody in very different ways. And so, look to those first couple of days and just see what you were feeling in your body. I remember just being very aware that everyone, I was out and about in town, just very aware that everyone was very smiley, very happy, very engaged. There was a warmth there. There was a sense of generosity and a sense of ease in the day-to-day of being out in the 3D realm, right? I very much feel that's a collective message for us, that we're going to help embody that after so many years of not feeling that, and really being in a culture and an environment that is fear-based. Like, Jupiter isn't about fear. Even if you get tests of faith, it's not. It's always bear in mind that is not to bring in fear, it's to bring in expansion. Okay, so Let's see if they want any more cards. Okay, no, they've put the deck down. So this is when I'm quiet, and allow the energies to do what it is that they need to do. And this is, I've just given you, no, I didn't even clock that your card came out, Aquarius. Sorry, I have to, what I'm trying to say is this is usually when I'm quiet, because I try and not think when they're moving the cards around and doing what it is that they need to be doing. So as I said, I've just given lots of information. So this is a time of slowness, of integration. We're dealing with Taurus. It's yin, night, it's feminine energy, it's fixed earth, of just letting things sit in your body and seeing what intuitive hits come up. Because it's also Venus, but the moon is in her exaltation. Okay. Right. So, oh, no. Yeah, so I've got Taurus in my 10th, and I very much link into the channeling that I do connected to that, because it's a very physical thing for me, where it's not necessarily always an emotional connection, but it's a physical connection. So I wanted to start talking, and they were like, no, and there was literally nothing I could do to stop that energy coming through. Like my physical body, my physical senses were responding to that channeling. So this is very much the physical body on you, for you on a personal level, of getting, perhaps doing more meditative practices, whatever it is that you connect, how you connect to your physical body at home, doing more exercise at home, eating better, spending more time in nature. All of these things can be very good to help bring in the wisdom of Jupiter. Right. So for the general energy, we've got the 9 of Wands, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is Jupiter's card, and we've got the Ace of Swords. Like this energy a lot. So the 9 of Wands, I was talking about trauma when this turned up, that the 4th house can very much be a space where a lot of charts hold their trauma, because it does deal with your home, and our formative years have a huge impact on us that most of it we're not aware of consciously. Like most of our actions are come from our unconscious space, and there's a stubbornness to Taurus, right? So it could be that on the unintegrated side of it, that that your parents might have been stubborn or domineering, or that kind of energy, not willing to change their mind, not willing to break away from their own, what their preferences are and their own sense of what's important to them. And so the Nine of Wands, this is somebody, you're still standing. This is the wounded warrior. You've gone, you've felt like every time you've tried to express yourself, it's brought in conflict. And you know, it's or the just a general dynamic of not feeling supported. Like you have the strength to be able to keep going, but it's just one thing after another, after another, after another. Whether this is shown up in your past, your present, or you're not even, this isn't even resonating for you because it might not be for you, but it can be part of your lineage and a part of your ancestral trauma that is being cleared. My personal opinion, we are here to work on ourselves, not only to help ourselves, our community, the people around us, the collective, but also clear stuck energy from the lines that came before us, whether that's blood or spirit, right? And so whether this is resonating on a like subjective level or not, we still have that energy of not being seen, but still and not being able to express yourself without feeling like you're putting up a fight. And Jupiter's coming along. And this could also be like people that you live with, like it's not even linked into your family, like roommates or housemates and stuff like that, or being at home and it just feeling like a bit of a battle. Just thinking about chores and stuff, like it's just, oh, you just got to keep going, but it's hard work. it's effort. We have and they've just wanted to go to my heart chakra. Interesting. They often always go to the heart chakra, which is not surprising because, you know, when we operate from the heart space, it transforms everything. The Wheel of Fortune, this is Jupiter's card. This is about what's being seeded here. You're starting a new cycle. You're clearing out whatever it is that needs to be cleared out for you to be able to be in your own power and your own strengths and your own pleasure based on long-term nourishment. Because it's Venus and the moon here, so it is about how we nourish ourselves from a space that isn't based on survival mechanisms, but isn't overindulged in terms of a decadent, I mean, everything, you know, it's fun to have those decadent moments, but consistently doing it just doesn't, from my practice and from the people that I interact with, it doesn't necessarily work in the long term. Got the Ace of Swords coming up here as a crowning energy. This is new clarity, new understanding of your roots, of the strength of who you are. And I like this has come up for you, Aquarius, because you are an air sign and the swords are linked into air. So you've got the Ace of Swords and then the Star, which is you as the final card. And I really like how with this, when this card shows up, I often say, do you need to fight the fight? Sometimes just let sleeping dogs lie and just carry on and do your business. And I like how the Ace of Swords is coming in and saying, no, we're heralding in a new dynamic, a new way of interacting, a new sense of understanding of what it is that I need for my home, what I'm able to let go of, what wisdom and truth and clarity am I bringing in. You know, this is above mountains about higher perspective. Jupiter is all about bringing that in. There can be a sense of abundance with Jupiter that can go too far. So again, you might be a bit more indulgent about your pleasures at home, and that can really sort of, whenever those things turn up. So I was talking about it with Aries in the second house. So second house of like your resources. I went into debt by being, I was in a relationship and I went into debt. So there's this sort of indulgent expansion side of Jupiter that can come in that might, I mean, I learned a very valuable lesson with that and I can laugh about it now. But sometimes these things can crop up that you might, if you just notice yourself going to excess in something, really tap into your physical body and sit with it and ask it questions. But I love we've got the Wheel of Fortune here. This is Jupiter turning up saying you're just going to get a bit more ease, a bit more flow, a bit more of a new dynamic in your home. And there's a clarity here of seeing, so you've got Pisces and Pisces and Sagittarius. So that's getting a clear understanding of what your values are and your hopes and dreams, and knowing that you have the strong foundations in order to set this new way of thinking into motion. Right, so we have, oh no, I could kind of tell that they wanted to do some more. I am impatient. I'm very impatient. I'm like, get on with it, guys. We've got stuff to do. We're busy. We've got this is for Venus in Cancer, and the dynamic with Jupiter. So this is your 6th house of your work, health and routines, right? Like this for you. This is the 5 of Wands in reverse and the moon. So we're dealing with Cancer, which is the moon. Yes, this is the Pisces card, but it's making me think about Pisces in your 2nd house of how you value self and how you make your money, which is also ruled by Jupiter. So we've got a bit of a double whammy here. The 5 of Wands upright is chaos energy, right? No one's really getting anywhere. There's a bit of a dust up. It's not quite as sort of dramatic as the 5 of Swords, but it is kind of like, things aren't necessarily getting going, things aren't moving forward, of like perhaps your working environment has been there's been dynamics that haven't worked, and that's led to a bit of frustration in the home of not being able to get anything done in the home because you're dealing with a work dynamic that's limiting how you value yourself. Sorry guys. And this Venus-Jupiter combination is bringing in, and I love it's the moon with Cancer, obviously, because this is intuition. This is getting to that beautiful psychic part of who you are. We all have that capacity. We all have intuition. We are all channelers in our own ways. You know, I don't think it's limited. It's going to manifest in different ways. But anyway, right. So this is energy is being cleared out. This drama, this frustration, this not feeling like you're getting any momentum going. And with the moon, this is about being able to feed into a way of nourishing yourself and those around you that's from no longer from a space of disruption. There's a clarity. So I just need to pause to have a drink because I've got a bit of a cough at the moment. So, finding deep receptivity between your emotional sensitivity and your physical body. So harnessing the way in which you work, the way in which you tackle your routines, look after your health, is feeding this divine connection to your intuition during this transit of what's right for you. How is this nourishing you, not just everyone around you? Being able to have a deep sense of sensitivity and connection to your needs, and that is feeding into Jupiter in order to give again, harnessing that strength of your foundations, because having Cancer in the 6th house that is the mode in which you work. That is how it is expressed, and it's very supportive, and it can mean that you end up supporting other people, supporting all this energy, and not finding space for yourself. So I feel that with this coming through, and also really heightening your intuition in work and knowing what chaos energy is in the physical body, or is affecting people, or whatever it is, however it is that you work, that you're, through your intuition, you're going to be able to solve problems. And that is feeding into Jupiter, and Jupiter is helping facilitate that, because not only are you going to emotionally connect, but you're going to feel it in your body. And that is in those strong foundations that you have here. It's not just about your home, but it's the root of who you are, and being able to connect back to that innate wisdom that you have within you, and also finding time at home to spend time in slowness, in stillness, and really allowing space for your intuition to come through, for through your dreams, through meditations, whatever kind of practice that you work with. Like, sometimes I find just doing the washing up, or going for a walk, so that's by myself in private, that's when a lot of the channeling comes through. That's when a lot of the messages, the clarity and picking up on that intuition becomes very very loud. Right, so we have for Venus and Jupiter. So Venus in Leo and Jupiter in Taurus. We've got the Five of Cups. So we've had 2 5s here, guys, and the 2 of Wands and the 3 of Pentacles. So okay, so with this being in the 7th house and the 4th house, I feel like Venus's journey and the retrograde is helping you move through grief, right? This is the grief card. So it's very clear in the cards showing up of perhaps one-to-one relationships, dynamics, not being what it is that you need from them, or losing somebody in your life, that has meant that you haven't been able to look at one-to-one relationships in the right way. It's Leo, it's ruled by the sun, it rules the heart, it's a very emotional sign, and very caring sign, that you shining a light on other people of that 7th house, you may not have had that light shone back onto you, or again, it's grief. It could be mourning up an old relationship or old dynamic, but with this card, it's about moving through that space. Grief, it never leaves us, it just changes and evolves, and so turning around and realizing there is still abundance here. There are 2 cups that are upright, and this figure will then make the journey over the bridge to this castle, to this place of safety, and also this space of comfort, this space of joy, the new beginnings, with that retrograde. And again, it's a home, right? So this dynamic, whether it's business, friendship, or romantic, intimate relationships, they all affect us. With this Jupiterian energy being in your home and your foundations, that this Venus cycle is helping facilitate you getting new strength in your foundations, that you're looking at your one-to-one relationships in a way that isn't diminishing your value, your worth, seeing clearly about how you can move through these relationships and shift your own dynamic. Venus in Leo retrograde, very empowering. We have the 2 of Wands here, and I like this energy because we are dealing with a retrograde. We are moving into a retrograde with Jupiter. Venus is retrograde. Venus is in shadow for most of this journey. This is about getting the lay of the land, right? This is really studying, really contemplating. This is long-term manifestation. It's not about taking action now, but it's being in observation, being in cultivation. And once you get an understanding of this new space that you're at, you then head off onto a journey, and the whole world is in your hand. Now, what I love about this, for the Venus in your 7th house, with Jupiter in your 4th, this is my favorite card in the deck. This is about mastery. This is now knowing your mastery, knowing your strengths. If you also, and there's other people here, and you're drawing in frequencies from other people, and you're collaborating from a space of you're all bringing something to the table, and what you're bringing is helping cultivate and build something that is not only long lasting. This is a church. Churches were built to last. There's a very strong foundation there. Speaking of foundation, Jupiter. But it's a thing of beauty, it's a thing of art. So we've got beauty, but longevity, collaboration of that seventh house of now bringing in this Jupiter and Venus transit combined is helping bring in relationships that are supporting you in the long term. I think it's kind of highlighting that this is what we're working on and moving with, because they've wanted to move it to the final pile. That this is at the root of what is being cultivated right now. Okay, I'm just gonna, right. So the final pile here, it's just always such strange sensations, this pull that I have with the channeling. The final pile, this is what's being cultivated. This is what we're taking moving forward into the retrograde. We've got the Ten of Swords in reverse, and we've got the Star card. The Star card is your card. And so we have completion. This card, specifically when it turns up, I mean, the tens are very, this card, when it turns up, when we're dealing with the fourth house, is very karmic for me. So all these swords are along the spine. When it's in reverse, these swords fall out, and it's this resurrection. You are no longer immobilized. You are no longer stuck. This figure is not able to express themselves in any way, perhaps through betrayals and heartbreak and just other people's ideas confining you and trapping you. Again, that fourth house energy of where a lot of trauma can be held. From your parents, your own experience on the early years, right? Between 0 and 7, we're running around in subconscious mode. We think everything's about us. We get these limiting beliefs and trauma responses through what happens in the fourth, then feeds into the 12th of where they get, where they resonate. So all these swords falling out, it is really, we have so much karmic energy stuck in our spine that. And that's why doing spine work is amazing. That when these swords fall out, the energetic points are getting released. And I often find, so I do energetic work on the front of my body and the back of my body. And whenever they go to the back, I'm always getting this feeling of it's coming from the past. When we do work there, both supportive and releasing, that this is acknowledging that these traumas, these knives are falling out, whether you're aware of them or not, whether this is happening in your life on an unconscious or an unconscious level. This is, you may have worked through some things, but there's always stuff to go. There's always new cycles to start. That this is falling out, and I love how this is crowned with the Star card. This is your card. This is the Aquarius card. This is about being authentically yourself. She is unclosed. It follows the Tower card. So it's after difficult time, you are renewed, you are replenished, there's deep emotional healing here. We're also dealing with the galactic energy of the stars and the earth energy combined here. She is unclosed. She's not wearing any masks. She is truly herself. And through this deep healing, we can hope and dream again. What I like for you, and also like seeing your own star potential, your own bright starlight, but in the fourth house. So healing, and with this combination of what's being cultivated here, is even though you're probably dealing with very present day examples or situations, are all facilitating this healing, this growth, this clearing of karmic energy in order. And the more that we do that, the more that we're able to open up our hopes and dreams. And Sagittarius is your hopes and your dreams. Pisces is your value system. So these things are all coming in, that this growth in the fourth house is going to ripple out into every area of your chart, because it's an angular house, 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th. They're pivot points in the chart. They're very, very prominent. This is going to impact everywhere, but those, it's interesting to see that these things are coming out in the cards when it's linked into Sagittarius and Pisces. So I just wanted, so this is sort of the major arcana from the first pile, which is the Jupiter energy, and then the major arcana from the final pile. And, you know, there's this shift and change in dynamic that is giving you strength and giving you this ability to be yourself in your home and be at comfort. She is at peace in this card. She is able, when we are at peace, we are out of survival mode. We are then able to contemplate and hope and dream and expand. And that is just such beautiful energy cropping up for you, Aquarius. Right, okay, I'm going to pull some clarification cards here. Really like this one though, for the Venus in the 7th house of finding people through work, finding intimate friends, maybe an intimate relationship for some of you. Relationship change just came up as I said that. This is the numerology deck, all the decks in the description box, as well as all the information. But going over with that in the 4th house of that dynamic of the change in your home, of how you interact in your environment with your roots, really knowing the message that keeps coming into my head, knowing your own power and strength at the root of who you are. Right, I'm going to pull a card from the First Light Tarot. Let's see what wants to come out for Aquarius. Yeah, after all of fixed signs, right? So you've had Saturn in your sign for a while. We had all those eclipses in Taurus and Scorpio. There's just been a lot of lots of intense energy for fixed signs, and now you've got the two benefics. You've got Jupiter in your 4th, and you'll have Venus for a long time in your 7th, helping make positive, easy, free-flowing change. They want to help us out in a way that is just a sense of abundance rather than a pulling down of things. This is vibration. This is positive action. So, you know, I did talk about how Jupiter moving through the 4th can bring in different frequency. You know, you're just feeling more confident. You're feeling more at ease in yourself. And so again, that vibration shifting in your home life, in your roots, through this journey of Jupiter moving through there. Right. Let's do, I want to pick up this one. Let's do one more card from the First Light Tarot. Thought, communication. Okay, that's wanting to go with the 3 of Pentacles. This wisdom and understanding of yourself is going to facilitate, and again, that harnessing how you value yourself is going to facilitate this understanding of your own mastery, understanding of the strength of your roots, that you're building something new, and embodying a way of communicating with yourself in your home, communicating with your physical body, and how that's going to ripple into those dynamics that you're bringing up. Goodness me, ridiculous. Hello, I said what I said. And with that Ace of Swords as well. So there's something really big about a new dynamic of speaking to yourself. Maybe speaking to the dead. Just thinking about the ancestors. Like really being able to, whether it's just feeling like I'm getting a lot of support coming from the ancestors come through, that want you to feel good. They want to break away limiting beliefs that have stopped that. You will find a lot of wisdom and a lot of support in your private life during this next year. It's gonna be like a little mini temple in your home. So however you engage with that, whether you have devotional practices, whether you've got an altar, whether there's a certain place where you meditate, all of these things, like, or just generally just being in your home, you don't even need all those things. You really don't. Like, it's just another mode of communication, but it doesn't invalidate it. They aren't required for you to be able to connect to this it's as if you've got yeah, like a priest hanging out in your home, or a wise man, or a guru, just chilling. The energy's just chilling there for the next year, so you're going to find solace and wisdom in your private life. It may lead to you questioning things. It may lead to being of opportunities coming up that are showing you what you don't want. But also, as I said, it's a benefit. It's the greater benefit. It wants to help you out. It really wants to support you. Wants to bring some ease into this space, a sense of confidence wherever it goes. Right, final card. Final card, because we've basically had 3 cards saying the same thing. Final message for Aquarius. Yeah, after all of that insanity, teaching and learning, what did I say? Like, finding wisdom in your home. We are all teachers. We are all students. Every day is a school day, guys. Yeah, being open to it, being open to your own wisdom, the wisdom from your environment, really getting in nature. Main theme, really big main theme, of just slowing down and spending time in that space, however that manifests for you. Right, Aquarius, love this. I hope it resonated. If it did, if you got anything out from this video, please don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe if you're a new viewer. Hello and welcome. Leave a comment, even if it's just an emoji. All these things help push the algorithm forward. If you want to push that resonation energy out into the cosmos, there are things that you can do. On a personal note, I just love to hear from you. I love to see how the astro weather is showing up for everybody. It absolutely fascinates me. I never get tired of it. And yeah, other than that, be good to yourself, Aquarius. Be good to those around you. And most importantly, be well until we meet again.